questions or concerns for me at this time? Questions, comments, or concerns for me at this time. Want to make sure that everyone here is good, ready to rock and roll. So I just want to open
When you get older, plain or saner, will you remember all the danger we came from? Burning like embers, falling tender, long before the days of no surrender years ago. And well, you know, so smoke on if you got him, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. I'll never get to heaven 'cause I don't know how. Let's raise a glass or two to all the things I lost on you. Oh, tell me how they lost on you. Oh, just so you could cut me loose. Oh, after everything I lost on you, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Baby, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Wish that I could see the machinations, understand the toil of expectations in your mind. Hold me like you never lost your patience. Tell me that you love me more than hate me all the time. And you're still mine. So smoke on if you got him, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. Let's take a drink of heaven, this can turn around. Let's raise a glass or two to all the things I lost on you. Oh, tell me how they lost on you. Oh, just so you could cut me loose. Oh, after everything I lost on you, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Baby, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you?
You got those pretty eyes in your head, you know it. You got me dancing in my bed, so let me show it. You are exactly what I want, kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you, yeah. We're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting out favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than the sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting out favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than the sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. I got my head out the sunroof.
Killing my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say open, I don't read. Beat history. Boy, I'm trying to meet your mama on a Sunday, then make a la on a Monday. Never need no one else, babe, 'cause I'll be switching up positions for you. Cooking in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the Olympics where I'm jumping through hoops. Now my love, I'm feeling nothing I wouldn't do, that I won't do. Switching for you. Perfect, perfect. You're too good to be true. You're too good to be true. But I get tired of running. Fuck it. Now I'm running with you. With you. Say, boy, I'm trying to meet your mama on a Sunday, then make a lot of love on a Monday. Never need no one else, babe, 'cause I'll be switching up positions for you. Again in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the Olympics where I'm jumping through hoops. Now my love, I'm bending nothing I wouldn't do, that I won't do. Switching for you. Cooking in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the Olympics where I'm jumping through hoops. Now my love, I'm bending nothing I wouldn't do, that I won't do. Switching for you. There's some shit that, yeah, you should don't do, but for you I kinda want to, 'cause you're down for me, 'cause you're down to me. Switching up positions for you. Cooking in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the Olympics where I'm jumping through hoops. Now my love, I'm bending nothing I wouldn't do, that I won't do. Switching for you. Cooking in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom.
I got my driver's license last week, just like we always talked about. 'Cause you were so excited for me to finally drive up to your house. But today I drove through the suburbs crying 'cause you weren't around. And I know we weren't perfect, but I've never felt this way for no one. Guess you didn't mean what you wrote in that song about me. 'Cause you said forever, now I drive alone past your street. Lights, stop signs, I still see your face in the white cars, front yards. You drive past the places we used to go to, 'cause I so fucking love you, babe. You know where my mind's at. Can't be tamed down. Not gonna play, not gonna play. I know I ain't like that. Fucking mama wildcat. Baby, break my heart. Give it all you got. Don't that's why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. Is it love or lust? I can get enough. Don't that's why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. La 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 la. People say I'm not gonna change, not gonna change. I know that you like that. You know where my mind's at. Can't be tamed down. Not gonna play, not gonna play. I know I ain't like that. Fucking mama wildcat. Baby, break my heart. Give it all you got. Don't that's why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. Easy love or lust. I can get enough. Don't that's why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. La 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 Shy, shy, shy.
Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. And no, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. And no, oh, 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 oh. Got me with my hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Don't stop, make it pop. DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop. DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me with my hands up. Put your hands up, put your hands up.
If I told you this was only gonna hurt, if I warned you that the fire's gonna burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love. Would you let me lead you even when you're blind? In the darkness, in the middle of the night, in the silence, when there's no one by your side. Do it all in the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love.
flame, short of fire. I'm the dark in need of light. When we touch, you inspire. Feel it changing me tonight. So take me up, take me higher. There's a world not far from here. We can die in desire, or we can burn in love tonight. Our hearts alive, firestorms, and when they strike, we feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones, and when they strike, we light up the world. Hearts alive, firestorms, and when they strike, we feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones, and when they strike, we light up the world. We light up the world. We light up the I'm from Mel, you're from Y. Perfect strangers in the night. Here we are, come together. To the world we'll testify. Our hearts alive, firestorm. But when they strike, feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. We light up the world.
Let's get ready to rumble! Get ready to rumble!
Pump up the jam, yo, pump it up, yo, pump it.
Y'all ready for this? I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Give it up, go.
Welcome to the big show. Simply wait.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, 'cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. Pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it up, up.
The 25 breaks a couple of tackles. Headlock, go! Headlock, go! He could go all the way.
en fuego, he says. It's very muy en fuego. So we have Spy right now, nice red to green move overall for the day. Spy moving its way back up to that 397.50, 398-ish overall, resistance that we're going to see. Kind of really, to me, completing the first true area of resistance that we'll face. Overall, completing the red to green move in kind of VU shape would be all the way back up to 399, which, boy, if it does that, that's showing some strength. COSM has a trend line on it. Let's get the trend line in for you guys. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. We are already at hump day this week already, in my opinion, already just flying right on by. Can't believe it. Don't forget, tomorrow morning I will be streaming live all morning long. Oh, I say all morning long, but I'll have my lobby up, ready to rock and roll, 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour before the opening bell, and then my commentary. If you want to hear me, my live alerts like today, INPX, watch me trade INPX live with you guys, and kind of like I was alerting you guys, or anything I traded today. Shop was when I was trading. I actually traded that because I was in sessions today, and we were trying to find something that was easy to borrow, and we found Shop and shorted it up. Chopped it up a couple of times. I will be streaming live the next 2 mornings, so if you want to come over and stream, I say stream live with me. I'll have people come on. All right, next up, Paula and Engineer. But no, I'll be streaming live the next 2 mornings if you do want to catch me, watch me trade live, whatever, and I'll be doing that the rest of the year. Finally adding that to the repertoire. I know Kush and the deck and then One trades. I just like trading, relaxing, and trading on my own, and one of those things where I know I'm kind of like deck, and what I do a lot of the time is I end up not trading what I should trade and worry about you guys a little bit more. So I've gotten better at that finally now, and actually trade what I want to trade. Kind of like my sessions, really, so to speak. And that's how I was like, Josh, just treat it like you do your sessions and not worry really about, they'll trade if they trade. Maybe you'll find something, but just worry about you and what you're going to trade. They're trying to learn from you, if anything. Anywho, so I'll be doing that the next 2 days. COSM has cracked the trend line, so the trend line is cracked on COSM. 650 is the shelf now, I say shelf, it's more of a sandwich being built in from earlier. You can see the closing of these candles in the 3-minute time frame are almost perfect for a tweezer top. If we crack that and go back below the VWAP 640 area, this could probably find its way down to 610-ish or so, somewhere around the 610 area. I know Engineer said COSM to 584. That would be low of day area, and I do see that. That would be a hell of a drop. Could happen. COSM, definitely is a bigger mover, as in it moves pretty dramatically, so I could see it happening. But if you are in short, you better 100% be mostly out of this trade at 610, in my opinion. Hero Trader, how you doing, though? Amish, let's see. Hey, I watched your trade on INPX early. Noticed you averaged up on that pop. I think I understand your thesis, but will you please go over that? Yes. So, and I was going over that in my session because it's not something I typically don't do the first year and a half of my trading. I wouldn't tell traders to do that. I don't advise traders to do this when I do my sessions. You know that. I don't. I advise this when you become, and I'm not trying to say, I am AK47, the master of charting. I'm trying to say, I can't remember how He-Man would say master of the universe, but I always want to say, the master of charting, whatever, what have you, right? Why does this always seem, it seems like it's so far in them. There we go. That seems a little bit better. There we go. This camera was bugging me. My cats end up messing with this camera. It got pushed. It's like, the camera was like way over here, it looked like. Well, I mean, it looked like it was. It was like right here. So I felt like I was off center. Anywho, so I would say, yeah, Hero Trader, what's up, how you doing, boss? Renard. But yeah, that's the one thing where, I used to love that show, Master, and then they had that terrible movie with Dolph Lundgren. I'm like, really? Why are you going to do He-Man like this? Dude, just do like the Transformers did, just do an animated movie. Gee golly, they try to make money out of it. Anywho, obviously you couldn't do an animated movie in Transformers back in the, or I say animated, but a real life movie with Transformers. They just didn't have that. I mean, I can't imagine what the Transformers would have looked like. Anyway, so INPX, if y'all do remember when they killed Optimus Prime in the 1984 Transformers movie, I probably saw that movie 100 times as a kid, even though because I loved, hated it because they killed Optimus Prime, but I loved Hot Rod and they made him Rodimus Prime. Oh, I thought it was so sweet. Anywho, so let's go back to my trade. I would never advise this until you get in being a little short and you're a consistent shorter day in, day out. I mean, like me with trendline, it was trendline crack. So 2020. I did trendline cracks starting in like April, May into 2020 into the rest of the year. So I'm already into your very consistent trendline. Like if you were in chat, if you were in chat October, November, December of 2020, you knew AK47 for trend. Well, multiple things, but trendline cracks was in the repertoire. It was one of the pitches I had in the repertoire. Now coming to 2021. Toward the end of mid to end of last year, now all of a sudden you hear me talking about shelves all the time. Not last year, 2021, I should say. So this is like mid 2021. Now I'm noticing Well, duh. I mean, of course, there's these lines that have a little bit of a vertical look to it, but they're also the horizontal lines that are straight across. All odd use. Most people say, hey, it has $46 support, it has $7 support, it has $6.50 support. Now, and I even hear Deck Now earlier saying shelves, and I'm like, yes. And so it just kind of, sometimes they do look like shelf, and it just is flat across, looks like there's books on it anyway. And so you have this shelf support at, say, whatever area. So I started coming up with that. Right now I'm doing that since mid-2021, and now I would say January to March of last year, if you had been in chat, AK47. Now everyone knows shelf crack. Everyone's starting, they know the terminology of what are these shelf cracks anyway? So, so now I've been, point being, we'll just say it's, April, May of last year. I've been a shorter for about 2 years now. I've been a full-time shorter for 2 full plus years now at the end of last year, right? And I just started, and I will say this, and I haven't got into it yet, but I just started doing this last year. You would have never seen me do this in 2021. Even in my sessions in late 2021 and early 2022, I remember I had traders that would do this, and I would say, don't do it unless you know what you're doing and you practice and you get good at it and you've seen the repetition. What I preach, discipline, right? I try to disciplinize, as I will always word it, everything I teach to you guys. And also, I try to implement that in my trading. So you see what I'm doing. I'm practicing what I'm preaching. I'm not practicing, but I am doing. There's no practicing. There's no whatever it is with Yoda now. I forgot it. But there's only do, right? There's no try. I'm doing it, right? So I'm practicing it, or I should say I'm preaching it and I'm doing it. And so real quick, THMO, we've seen this pop up a few times recently. So I'll have this one watch real quickly. SNOA, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to put THMO. So let's go back to INPX real quickly, though. So now what I've seen since last year, and I'm going to start going over this, not IMPX, but INPX. So what I started noticing last year, almost called you Sean World, but y'all are pretty much one of the same. Sean, if you're there, but of course Amish. What I started noticing were these stocks that were already, and we'll go back to, remember I did this with GNS, right? GNS, not GNS, Grom yesterday. Groom the Grom, right? So Grom is up and then it's down in a downtrend. It's in a downtrend coming from highs, going low. And if you even go back to opening bell, tell me right now, most traders in chat, tell me, does that look like it's going to go up anymore? Tell me, well, it's hard for me to get, right, here we go. Tell me, opening bell hasn't happened. Tell me that looks like it wants to pop. Maybe if it breaks the downtrend, maybe. But even if it does, where do you think it's probably going to pop up to and most likely fail? I would have done the same thing if it happened yesterday on GROM. I did do it to GNS. Remember last Friday? We can go back to last Friday because I just put that trade out. Hold on real quickly, team. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen my live trade from GNS, last Friday was a great live trade. I did this. If you want to go over and watch it, give it a like. Give it a thumbs up. This is my live trade from last Friday that you guys got to watch me do. And if you remember, I averaged up. So go watch that. There's GNS where I had to average up. Got in around the $4 area to begin with. When it popped up to $4.20, I got in some more. And so what I've noticed on these stocks that are in this downtrend, Amish, or anyone that's interested, they usually tend to what? Die off even more at the opening bell. Now, sometimes they will return and finally break that downtrend, because why? We've seen low float, lower float. Now, again, this is 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 million float. These usually, and that's what I love. I love those because they die off even more. They very rarely get the volume, and because it's going to take a lot more volume. Of course, 40, 50, 60 million, it's going to take more buying to push it, right? Generally, most times, unless it's getting manipulated. But these lower flow plays you have to worry about. So does that kind of start making sense now? So going back to INPX here, Amish, to the same thing for the day. Same thing. It gets down below my area. I start taking the short. No, I don't have time to take profit. Plus, I don't want to take profit there anyway. Comes back up on me. I even said in this, I was like, I could get at the downtrend. There's multiple downtrends that I had in. I'm going to wait till this gets above, just above all of them. If it does get to 215, I'm going to average in there. I said 210 to 215, and you can see all that consolidation and resistance. And in my brain, I'm going, there's no way it's going to get a back. And I'm like, if it does, and I was saying, because he even asked me, he said, okay, well then where would have been your stop loss? He's like, just in case, you not, that's your very. If you were wrong though, just say you were wrong here, right? I'm like, okay, yep, I could have been wrong. And I said I would have given it to right around 220 and just over. There were some fail zones right below, or above that I can show you in pre-market. Pretty much showing the same thing right around that it was just above 220. And there was a point of what was once support at 220 in pre-market. You have to go back even further. This unfortunately doesn't track it. And you can see these small little pops into 220 right above it. I see you, L. Why have you been doing this recently? I talk every day. Are you like, Dad, quit talking? She's probably, why are you talking to yourself, weirdo? And there you go, and that was it. So does that make sense now, Amish? Because my average then was 207, 5,000 shares. I don't, and then I'm sticking to my target too, which then my target, and I was even telling him, was around this 1.9 mark. I was like, if it gets back below 2 in the VWAP and gets to 1.9, I'm out. Of course, right after I gets out, it dumps 20 more cents. It's all good. I'm going to let that go. But I told him, and it happened right away, so I luckily got all 5,000 shares, all 17 cent, 15, it was like a 15 cent trade overall in the inner, so I got out about 192, I think was my exit. But I was all 5,000 straight on out. I was like, oh, well, it's dumping, yeah, whoa, oh, yeah, and then boom, hit right at 1.9, so I was out. Ma'am, I am talking. You're going to have to come over here and lay down, okay? I'm not disrespecting you. You're going to lay down, okay? You've done this recently, and I don't know why. I swear, L. But that's it. I feel like this is dying. Even like SNOA, which I was talking to Sniz about this. Even we can go over to SNOA. I had all day this failing. All day I had SNOA failing. And I was right. I had to take a really quick little 3-4 cent win. It was so small. Because I felt like it was squeezing. It did squeeze a little bit more afterward. I got out and it still kind of went up a little bit more. I took a quick little small win on SNOA, but I was right in the end. I was right. That 240-ish area, my entry was 238. Yeah, it did go to like 268, which was like 30 more cents in the end, but it was so quick, so fast, it was right back down. But you get my point. And I'll go over SNOA in a minute, but you can get my point, and I'll just do it real quickly. I mean, I got in right here for this fail. Came up, popped down, kind of told, I was still in the session, I said, this hits 230, I said 230, I'm out. And this actually was going a little bit below, but I got out around on 231. My entry was like 238. Was not a great win, 7, whatever it was, 6-7 cents or whatever. Wasn't much. But then it squeezed even more. I was right. So I was right in the double thought process. This looked like it wanted to squeeze for more because of slow build. It squeezed but couldn't hold, and I remember, of course, coming back going, jeez, I knew this was going to fail. And so it's just one of those things where in the end, where I've just seen this so much recently. I had a little less faith in SNOA, of course, super small float. They're both 3.1 mil or whatever. This just read and reeked of a little bit more of a short. It did already, and so when it popped up, I said, just because of what I've seen more so recently, and I wasn't making it massive of a risk, so because... Anyway, does that make sense, though? Hopefully a little bit more so. Going over it. It's not like I do that every time. Let's be honest. You know me. Most times I'm not doing that, and I don't preach that. And when I do, I just have to have this awesome feeling about it being a short. And it's got to have a lot of resistance for me to get that extra little fail zone in. Again, back to GNS on Friday. If you do remember, I know you'll put it out there for you to go watch. But just like GNS on Friday that I did with you guys, right? I got in right at, and it was so funny how it ends up what it went to on Friday. But right here out of the opening gate, was it on Friday, right? No, when was it I did that? Oh, boy, here. When was the trade? That was Monday. I've got to go back even further. That's why, you idiot, AK. What are you doing, AK? So remember, because I thought we thought, watch this tumble. See, high of day, it's tumbling into the opening bell, and I'm like, I just had this huge, and I remember I should have got in higher, and I wish I would have, because my first year was kind of that 4-5 in VWAP, and when it cracked it, then I was like, okay, well, now it's in the Thanos crossover, because remember, it was in that 220 or 420-ish year. I was like, I need to be getting in here. Why am I not? And I let it slide by. And so I didn't start getting in until it started cracking down through this $4 area, and didn't get in right around 4, thinking it was going to crack more. It finally popped up here a little bit, and this is where I averaged up a little bit more. I remember taking some on this dip, right? I think that's maybe where I think it was where we all got out in the end. I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's what we did, where I got in originally. I remember on one of these dips, I think it was this one, where I scaled out a little bit. That way it freed up 1,000 shares, and then I rescaled in up top at that 420 area to give me that 407 average. And so when it dipped back down to this 390-ish, 380-ish area, I can remember taking some, because I was in 1,000 shares still, because I wanted 375 and it never gave it to me. It got close. It got 378. And so when it started popping back up, I remember I got out of it. And then what I was alerting to you guys next was the shelf crack. I kept alerting this 390 shelf crack for the next in the overall trend line that was in from the day before. I'd have to put in. Remember, Deck had that in too. He said he was going to short. I remember if he ever did. I remember him talking about that, saying that's the area he was going to short. And that's where I told you guys to short. And so we had the 390 shelf that was built in, and that shelf crack happened all in this candle. Because remember, I was telling you guys, it wasn't the greatest of entries, but 361 was my entry. And then it was just like, boom, kind of like the day almost with INPX. With these candles, sometimes you have to wait 20, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is, for a short. This one in the end was about 10 plus minutes until we got a nice decent pullback to get out. This is one of those ones where you're in, and all of a sudden within 2, 3, 4 minutes you just get that massive one candle and just boom, like tough acting, and you of course take it. Again, I always take advantage and just get out. Kind of like today, INPX saw that massive move down, got out. Didn't know there was gonna be another massive 20-cent move after that down, but again, that's why you trade another day. You know, again, just keep racking up all those little pieces of the pie to fill your pie pan, essentially. All right, what do we got here? ALTI's halted up stack. Okay, talking about this. Oh, it is. Oh, this is starting to come out of nowhere. Awesome, Amish, you got that. Okay, yes, you got it. Can you tell me how you would have a new trader to trade that? Would you have yeah, like right. So I'd say early on, like in what I used to do with INPX, what I would have cut this, right? I would have cut this early on 100% when this broke the downtrend. 100%. When it broke that downtrend was when I would have gotten out 100%. That would have been my stop loss. Today was a little, and it would have been, say, other trades, right? Just say for whatever reason, I don't know. You know, there's different stocks that definitely in the middle of the day. This at the opening bell just reeked like it was coming down some more. But say if it was later in the day and I was shorting somewhere in here and there was this nice longer downtrend break. I was in on a shelf crack and it cracked a little bit, but came back up and came to that like downtrend from pre-market to here, and then it failed here, and now we're approaching it right here. I don't know, something like that. And it's got 3-4 touches, and I'm like, oh boy, this downtrend's looking spicy. I may be careful here. And then yeah, you know, I'm not going to average up to the next area and the next area and the next area. Here at that, this is where I will say, if I've done this, and you can see back to GNS, this is where I've done it. It's at that opening bell area where I see a quick pop that can happen and a fail at resistance, and it's just, I've seen it so much this past, well, I say, you know, this past year at 2022, I saw it a lot. Yeah, I would say, yeah, early on though, for sure. And then once you get used to being, again, just being successful at that, you've got to get that, in my opinion, you've got to discipline. Like I always say, you have to disciplinize yourself. You have to. You know, again, like I always say, if you know, here, you're obviously you're paying you're paying Deck, right? He's your mentor. He's your master. He's your trainer. He's your teacher. He's your professor. However you want to look at it, right? As in you go to school, you go work out, however you know. But that's Deck, or me, if you come do sessions, whatever it is. And we're going to teach you as much as we can to try to see what you're doing right or wrong, or at least if anything, show you what we're doing, showing you what we're doing and what we would do. But then you've got to start applying that. And it's those little small things early on, like that, getting out, okay, downtrend break, got to get out, right? Nice little tight stop loss. If anything, $2 would have been your exit at worst if you went with, candlestick confirmation. I don't know where it was on a 1 minute time frame. But you get my point, which for me, my entry, remember, it was 190-ish. 10 cents, that's perfect. That's not that's good. That's what you want to keep it, that or less. You don't want this up to here, and then this does squeeze on you, and so you're always doing this. Because we know, we talk about it in chat. We have a lot of traders, and that's just one of the big pieces of the pie early on that I've noticed that traders have a problem with. Averaging up. Okay, I'm gonna average up. Okay, no way it gets past 2.4. Well, the next thing you know, they're pretty much maxed out accounts, 6,000, 10,000, however many thousand shares they can afford, and this stock is squeezing up, and their entry is like as best they can get. It's now like 215 or something, 220 maybe. And this thing's at it's just going up and up and up. And okay, it's kind of, and then I had, because I don't have any of those I have. All right, I'm in at 220. This is at, and I look at the stock and it's at 240 or plus, and I'm like, oh boy, oh geez, like, okay, and that's why I tell a lot of traders, and you probably remember that from last year, at least when stocks ran more, I'd say, if you get back to your entry, just boom, you're up all of a sudden, you see green, right? You're up a little bit. Now, I have P&L off, so that's why I hope traders don't stick to that. But I'm just saying, as soon as you're close to being in the green, cut it. Call it an even trade, at that point, because, you're lucky to get it to just take, and that's what traders hope. They just hope. Let's go to Dex Play. Alti. I don't know if you guys have an Aldi. It's would be an ALDI. It would be a grocery store. We got some of them around here. We got some in Texas, Arkansas, Aldi's. So we got ALTI, though. Looks like a newer IPO play. Let me know if you have ALTI as a newer IPO play yourself. ALTI, I'm going to go to past chart history. I'm not seeing a lot. Do y'all have anything longer than that for ALTI? Okay, I am seeing a little bit longer here on... Here we go. Let me go to Yahoo Finance here. Yeah, okay, we're going back. Okay, I was making sure. But it's all like super flat. It's really weird. So this is really the only time I've seen. It's almost like this. You can't scroll back, unfortunately, but it almost looks like this. It just keeps going back flat as can be. ALTI is live with a nasty gap down team. Whoo, yikes. Ooh, it is all over the place. That level 2 team is... Wow, we got almost a $2 spread. I'm going to go to Dex Lobby as well. ALTI is like a $2 spread right now. That is nasty. ALTI, like a $2 spread. ALTI, careful, careful. Looking to go for another halt up here, team. Whew. Crazy little mover right here, ALTI. I love Chip, though. What a short on. Yeah, man, good job, Love Chip. Hopefully you got in on that. I just went over that trade with Amish. Yeah, another great trade, man. Yeah, so this year so far, now on the board of, let's see here. Today was 4 for 4. Oh, man, I think overall this year now, which is crazy, haven't taken a loss yet. I am now, is it 9 for 9? I'm 9 for 9 this year so far. So 9 for 9 overall this year heading into tomorrow. Of course, now I say that I'm going to lose first thing tomorrow. Now I shouldn't have said that, but yes, have not lost this year. So, I mean, I didn't start, remember my first trade was last week with you guys. So I didn't start trading until last week. So that was my first trading with you guys. So yeah, 9 for 9. Another good short. Just take it. That's the thing, too. Just kind of wait for those plays to come to you. That usually is my go-to 100%. ALTI is now halted up, team. ALTI halted up. W pattern on E. Let's go back to real quickly. ENSC. You got W pattern on it. I have an M pattern up top. I wanted to go over this, actually, and I kind of forgot to. W pattern. Let's see here. Where are you looking at? Where are you getting the W at, baby boy? Like for the day, maybe? This whole entire, like the whole entire day? Are you doing the whole day here? Maybe like on a 5-minute time frame? Is that what you're talking about? Hell, can you not lay down over here? I swear on my holy. Yeah, whole day. I see what you're talking about. And yeah, if it cracks $1 and stays below it here, this is going to be done for the day. You know, it's already cracked it now. But if it stays below it, just give it a couple of minutes here. Because it did pop up. And you know the true, 97, 98 cent area. If it cracks that, I mean, you can just start waving this thing goodbye, in my opinion. I think it just starts dumping off. Top Dog, you short on E-Trade? No, it's Lightspeed. So I've been with Lightspeed for their, since Deck, actually, because he originally got the deal going with the Deckmar Trades promotion, blah, 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 back in, 2020. That's when he first started shorting himself. And so that was the first one where you could, at least in my opinion, get a good brokerage because it was pretty, a lot of people were promoting it. It was like, hey, if you want to get, because there wasn't like Cobra was big, Centerpoint was okay back then, but you didn't, the point being Lightspeed was about top of the line. Of course, now there's other ones. And so I've just stayed with Lightspeed since then. So it's Lightspeed, but I do probably want to move over to Cobra. Cobra seems to be the best as far as fees. You're going to get the same thing, super crazy fast, all the things you get at Lightspeed, but it's just better overall, and then the fees aren't as bad. Shop, I've been watching this one here, team. So Shop has been moving up all day. So, these plays have been moving up nicely today overall. Microsoft, nice little move up today overall. Where's on baby Amazon at? Amazon kind of making its move back up. Nothing too crazy. Amazon, it'd be sweet to see this at like 150. That's going to be a minute, though. Cosm's still not done either. So Cosm's still on the move up either. Ronnie, nice. Yeah, that seems to be the top one. So yeah, Cobra, I would say, then Centerpoint and Lightspeed are kind of like 2A and B, and then 3, then you start getting in kind of just, there's a few other decent ones out there, but nothing too crazy. Cobra seems to be the best. Resistance here, the double top resistance, we'll see if it actually shows up. And look at the bounce play, team. Look at this. Right off the blue line of support, right there perfectly off 650 area. That held in perfectly, and now here we go. This could create an M shape as well. Runs in the old trend line up. Resistance as well. Double tops at 7. That's on high watch. Thank you for the input there, Ronnie. How's Jersey Shore? You still doing Jersey Shore, Ronnie? Are y'all still doing that? You still got to be making couple $1 million a year from that. Finally getting smart and coming over to Tradecaster and investing that money. I see that MTV money you're getting. Ronnie from Jersey Shore, everybody in chat. That would be awesome if it was, though. I'd be like, that is crazy. We got Ronnie from Jersey Shore in chat. Like, we need to do some posts with you, bro. Yeah, small little uptrend channel. There's a small little trend line right here. If you want to put that little bit of a trend line in right here that Love Chip's talking about, you can see that nice little uptrend channel right there. We're running right into that $6.90 to $7 resistance. Boom, there you go. Caused them right into it. Right, a new high of day 2 at 706. It just hit. Oh, Ronnie from Finland. I like it. Ronnie from Finland. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Finland Shore. Finland Shore. That's an. I mean, I think. Oh, I'm pretty sure they did do different. I thought they did anyway. Different Jersey Shores, and they had them in different parts of the world, but I can't remember. I know, of course, I know they did all those different shows on MTVs, but I thought they did one of those too. No, that's awesome though, Ryan. I'm just kidding with you. If anyone on that show still makes money from that show, it's even. I'm pretty sure as of last check, Love Chip, it is still on TV because my wife records. You know, she watch. I mean, she's the only one that still watches a lot of that stuff, and so she'll always be watching. I'm pretty sure she'll just put it on too. She don't hardly ever even watch it. I'm like, why is this on my TV right now? But it's like, God, I forgot what they call it now. But it's not called like Jersey Shore. I forgot what they called it, but it's them older, and it's like they always go get a house. It's kind of like they try to do like what we see anything anymore. It's almost like what happened with Real World, and that's almost, it seems like any of these reality shows are anymore on Bravo or TLC. They're just always in one setting, one house. They'll go out to eat, or they'll go see a movie, or they'll go on a boat and go do a yacht thing, or I don't know what what the TV station pays for. But they're always in one setting, right? You know, I can name all, like, any of the housewife shows. They're at their house or they're out doing stuff. Chrisley Knows Best. My wife watches that. You know, of course, that's so funny with Todd Chrisley and the wife, Julie, going to prison now. In a house, always doing some. Bravo. What are those shows on Bravo she watches? Or what's the other channel she watches with, like, what's it called? Southern Charm, Below Deck. Any of these shows where they have one setting, you know, usually essentially. So what's that one? So it's not Southern Charm, but there's one where they all get to Winter House or something. They all got a house together and they're all just doing partying and just doing stuff. I mean, it's just, that's TV now. At least on those shows, they're TV stations. It is. It's hilarious. That's what it's called. Jersey Shore Family Vacation. Thank you, Sniz. That's what it's called. Sniz, yeah, y'all are. I'm not kidding you, dude. Yeah, it's still on. I'm not kidding you, though, guys. Top Dog, use Lightspeed for options too. No, I don't know if you caught that. You may have caught it. You probably did maybe then. Earlier, Deck was, I literally caught in that. Did you see how I changed? I just realized this. I changed Deck's. Did y'all see that earlier? Deck said he was going over to Lightspeed. He signed up for Lightspeed to do options. I made the comment of saying, hey, man, it's way cheaper on it. You're going to like it more because, you're already used to it. But I said, you're going to like it more if you're to stay with E-Trade or TDA. And he actually... He said, I think, he actually read that out loud, going live. He read that out loud. Then within 5 minutes of that, he added $50,000, $60,000 to his E-Trade account. Like, boom. He knows. He listens to his older brother every once in a while. Every once in a while, he listens to his older brother. Go back, though. It's on his live stream because he calls out my alert that I said something. But no, I use Thinkorswim for options. It's going to be way easier getting in and out. You can set up it's way easy. Thinkorswim, TDA, or E-Trade, those platforms are just set up much easier for traders. And so you could say, it's easier to trade. You feel like you're a newbie. No, that's why it's like that. Even like Umar Ashraf, Cushion Chat, they both use Thinkorswim's charting and their services for options for a while. So 100% one of the best out there, and I would stick with, that's me. I would be with TDA. Of course, I know Schwab are about to be, but you still get to use Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim's going nowhere. Oh, 90 Day Fiancé. So that's another one too. Amish, he watches a lot of those on TLC, like the 90 Day Fiancé, right? Yeah. And what are they always at? They're always usually at that person's house, and they're always, we're going to go out to eat, or we're going to go to this museum, or we're going to... I mean, it's always, they have like one kind of initial city, that she watches. I forgot. Oh, man, I can't go all the different shows. I mean, there's just too many of them now. Let's see here. So I'm talking about it. Yeah, and then that's so funny. In Amish, I heard him that I brought that up too. I said, what? Deck's saying shelf now too? Because, yeah, he brought up shelf. He was saying shelf earlier, and I was like, yeah, Juno? ATNF team pulling up to this 420 area. Sniz, since you're in chat. Sniz, are you still around? Sniz, two things. And I probably could have just DM'd this earlier. Taco Tuesday, man. Had some great tacos yesterday. Hopefully, Sniz, you had some good tacos. I forgot to bring that up earlier. ATNF, watch for this 420, 430 resistance. ALTI, what do we got? ALTI, this thing is just nuts here, team. I actually took that off my board. I'm going to put ALTI back on the board. And then Sniz, another movie I've been meaning to bring up to you that I don't know if you've seen. You missed this the other day. And I was like, oh, of course, I don't know if you've seen Lucky Number 11 yet. But another movie, and I was like, oh yeah, this is one of my other favorites too. It kind of always got, it was overlooked and didn't make a lot of money. Made probably decent money, but one of my favorite Denzel Washington movie is Man on Fire. So that was the other one. I don't know if you've seen Man on Fire, but that is another one of my, oh bro, that's a money movie. That's a good one. ATNF is actually now, ATNF is at new high of day. Let's see if it actually can hold that 420 area. So we have ATNF, ALTI, Shop because it's still rocking and rolling up, and COSM on watch right now. So, oh, that's right. Yeah, you can't probably have tacos. Still dealing with the dry socket. That sucks. Oh my god, man, that's terrible. I was probably eating like barbecue by now, just like washing out all that crap with that syringe thing they give you. Yeah, but Man on Fire, that is definitely another good one. That was one of my favorites. I don't know if you've seen that one. Kind of one of those ones that gets overlooked a little bit, and especially in all the movies he's done. And he's had some bigger profile movies throughout his years, so it's one of those things too where I don't know if a lot of people haven't seen it. Rue, you are such a boob. Can we take a look at GovX? Sure, let's take a look at GovX. Nice little pop-up. I did see this, actually. I meant to go over to because it's number one top gun of the day. I totally forgot until ALTI really kind of took my attention away from it. Put your trend line on it. You probably see that the trend line, this overextended one right here, was pretty nice. Oh. Girls, can y'all for real not lay down and sleep? What is y'all's deal today? Trend line crack has happened. We do have a little bit of a shelf right here being formed. Really kind of sandwichy area. Old resistance equals new support at about 110. So 110 is your main support area for GOVX GovX. So when we crack the 110 VWAP area, this should crack down to 1. Below 1, that's when this dumps off a little bit more. ENSC, just like earlier, how funny. And I wondered if it was going to do that. Right around 97, 98 cents, gets that bounce back on up. ATNF's not really fully pushing over that 420, 425 mark. We'll see if it can. Okay, good to go. EHTH, I did see this one earlier just dying off. This one I had a feeling into these low flow plays. That's the one. We're getting some weird random plays here and there, but these low flow plays that have the potential, like say FWBI earlier, SNOA earlier could have been the one, INPX. They just haven't, unfortunately, been. They have now again say some of them are starting to get back their gains now, which is a good sign. We need these plays to start spiking more so. I mean, some of them, what we've been getting is this, where they don't really spike, but they don't really drop. So that's a decent thing. But we haven't gotten any more of these kind of GNS type plays. We'll have to zoom into GNS. But, we're at least getting some pretty decent spikes here and there. We're just not getting that from these low float plays, unfortunately, the last few days. Even yesterday with Grom, right? I know Grom saw a nice move at the end of the day. Yeah, the Manchurian Candidate, it's definitely another good one. The Manchurian Candidate. That's definitely another good one. That's old school, though. It's one of those ones where, God. Are you talking about the new one, though? I don't know if I saw the new one. Are you talking about the one with Denzel? Yeah, I've actually had to watch the old one. I probably have seen the new one with Denzel, but I've actually had to watch the old one because I took film school in college. It's so funny. I was like, isn't there a new one with Denzel in it? I was like, because you were just talking Denzel. And I was like, oh, it means probably the one with Denzel in it. I don't know if I've actually seen that one from start to finish. Dang, ALTI is continuing to roll here, team. This is really starting to take over. I don't know what the float is on this. It's not listed. Let's go to floatchecker.com. ALTI. Oh, of course, not found. So let me know if y'all have the float on ALTI. Let me know if you guys have the float on ALTI. This is going crazy right here. Sniz, I'll have to go. I know I've seen probably bits and pieces of it, but I don't know if I've seen it from start to finish. There's a few movies there for a while that I haven't, that I didn't see ever from start to finish. I'd see the first 30 minutes along the line, and then I'd catch like the last 30 minutes. I'd never, it'd always be all, then I'd like just kind of have to piece it together. I'm like, man, I kind of remember that movie. Yeah, Alex Vaughn, there's no news on ALTI. I would definitely be careful trading ALTI. It's one of those things where you just have to, like I was saying over Dex Lobby, if you want to get in and risk the biscuit with those Snake Skin and Randy, that is the only way, in my opinion, obviously, that you're going to be trading this. You know, it's one of those things where maybe it happens early in the day. We've been seeing this more often now. You've got to be so careful with that overall spread at any moment. That could be the sell-off, especially at this push. How much we're, moved up now, about 140% on the day. So be careful, team. Again, like Iggy taught me, if you just have to trade this FOMO's eating at the bit, go FOMO sizing, which would be no more than 100 shares. Please, no more than 100 shares. K-Man found 12.5. That's crazy. Trend line as well, which I think it probably already has, possibly. That's one that I like. So that's a pretty nice one. Of course, my pick of the day, you can tell, was INPX. I really was all over this one. This was my play of the day earlier. I wish I would have held longer for this short. I got 20 cents, or what was it? Yeah, 16, 17, 15 out of it in the end. Should have gotten 20, if not 30 out of it. It's all good. But since then, it has been relatively choppy, where we're seeing stocks kind of spike up and then down, spike up and spike down. I mean, even over Cosm, which isn't done yet either. So be careful on these plays. They can squeeze. I think Cosm may be one of your best opportunities for a long. I kept saying this all day yesterday and even early today in Dex Lobby. It's probably gone now. The alert very early this morning, I said Cosm in pre-market. Golly. I said Cosm, watch over 7. Over 7, Cosm could squeeze. I would say, and it was yesterday, in my opinion, the next resistance for COSM is going to be over the $7 area. Is going to be the 7. It's going to be around 760. I mean, it's going to have about 60 plus or so cents. It could pop even up to 8 is my point. Oh, shop. We getting the shop drop. We getting the shop drop and roll. Shop drop and roll. That could be the phrase today. Shop drop and roll, team. Shop drop and roll. Oh, we're close. We're so close. So 46.75 is the area. 46.75. Keep that on watch. Shop drop and roll. ALTI, number one stock, just because it's just moving up just stupidly right now. Did halt up at 35 after in 9 seconds, so it should be. Oh, okay. It's past the 5-minute halt, so we're moving into 10-minute halt. What's up? Stay down, Simon. I was looking at Cosm and you were calling it long. I see it has a breakout as well. How would you enter this? So right now was where I'd be entering actually COSM. Let's go back to it. And here we go. Let's see if we get more of a pop. Because in the 1 minute time frame, we've already closed and opened above 7. I think we get a good pop right here. Secondarily, if you want to really just be safe, wait for a 3-minute time frame. So go in small now if you want to for the pop-up, and here we go. Or if you want to wait for the 3-minute time frame for confirmation, just to get that candlestick confirmation close and open above 7 would be what you want in this, honestly. But that's why sometimes beforehand, since you already got it in the 1, it's like I do sometimes in my shorting. Say if I want to go in 3,000 shares or 2,000 shares, I'm going to go ahead and just enter at least 1 in right now. Drop and roll. Shop, drop, and roll, baby. Let's go here. Alerted. I gotta put that over next line. 675 shell crack. There you go, shop drop. There you go, though, Sean Worrell. Sean, coming on over. Boom. So I'm 1 for 1 right now for you, Sean. I'm already 1 for 1 on you. Let's go if I can go 2 for 2 for you. Let's go. I'll see if I can get 2 for 2 for you. We got candlestick confirmation in the 3-minute time frame as well on COSM. Shop, drop, and roll down to 46.50. Cracks 46.50-ish area. We'll call it 46.45 to be safe. Cracks 46.45. Shop, drop, and roll is going to see probably 46.15, 46.20 area. Nice, Sean. Good job there, baby. Boy. Good job, boss. Good job. Good job. That's a good one. I was 2 for 2 on shop earlier today. It was definitely nice. That's the end thing too. Be careful with it. It's provided me with good shorts, but they were always 50 cents maybe at max, somewhere in there in the end. That wasn't like it was crazy. So if you do crack this 46.50 mark, I would lock it up if this got down to that 46.20 mark and just go boom. Okay, I'll take that short live short again. Nice little on my right hand side. So I'll watch it. We have 35 after and 9 seconds as the halt time. 35 after and 9 seconds. So it should come live if it's a 10-minute halt. 45 after 9 seconds. We got about a minute there. Shop here, of course, it'll probably come back up. And what was that old shelf was 46.75. That needs to be the resistance there for you, Sean. Another one that could be a good short opportunity. ATNF. So this 420 here, I'm gonna put this in Dex Lobby as well. ATNF, watch for 420 shelf crack for shorts. A boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say way or something like that. What was it? Let me hear you say something. Mego in long for looking for a pop. Okay, Mego. Mego, nice to see you in chat. Nice to see you in chat. I will say that upper VWAP band's at 725. Well, 730 now is where the upper VWAP band is. So that's going to be your main area that you need to, of course, once you push through that, this should see nice, good. I would imagine you're going to get 760, but it needs to hold this little micro uptrend on. Let me go back to Cosm real quickly so I can show you what this needs to hold, team. Besides 7, which we're doing fine, you can see this new trend line that now, to me, in my opinion, is definitely worthy of putting in. I know Love Chip brought this one up earlier, and now it is extended. This uptrend channel is your main area of the support. And we're running into what? I just now noticed that as well, and we can't get over that. The old trend line up. What do I tell you, team? That old trend line up never fails you. So that is the one thing I did kind of forget about on COSM. We are running into that old trend line up. We are going to get tighter and tighter into that. If we can just do a little down to high and kind of move our way around this old trend line up and burst through 730, this thing will see 750, 760. SPY's forming an M shape right now. Watch for, like I said, like I kind of talked about that double top at 7 or 397.60-ish area. It may not even get to there. Once this cracks 396.65-ish or so, 396.60, this will dump down even more. ALTI, I missed it. ALTI going for more. Holy ALTI. ALTI, a new halt time up, 45 after and 51 seconds, 45 after and 51 seconds. ATNF with a nice good. There you go. There you go. There's ATNF for the short. 420 shelf crack right on the just always has like right after I move away from trades. I swear it's always like, at least when I'm going live with you guys and alerting. Go back to, I know shop you were in this one, Sean, needs to get back. You can see there's the old, they're coming back into it now. Gosh, I was just wrecking my chair over here. This chair is just falling apart. Need a new chair soon. All right, so we got ATNF Cosmo. So let's go through all the displays that we're looking at. SHOP shop. 46.75 shelf crack was decent, came down. Like that's why I was talking about those short-lived shorts. This is what it's been today. We need this to, if you're in short, we need this to fail here at 46.75, crack 46.50, take profit below that. Cosm has to stay above this trend line that I know we're testing right now. So Cosm's got to stay above the trend line. This is going to be your main area when I'm going to come up on it. As of right now, you can see the other area of support at 690. That is it. If it gets below 690, there is support. Man, it's going to be hard to determine if this gets 675. Does this come down to the 650-ish area? 650 to 660 area. Right now, it's pretty damn obvious at 690 is the support. Below, I'm going to go back to where we had the support from early, at least as of right now, at that 650 mark where I had the blue line from before. That last gap up on ALTI 2 was the biggest one so far, so that usually, in my opinion, means that it's going to probably going to run a little bit more. Now, again, because we weren't getting anything at first. I was wondering how big the gap ups were going to be because, oh my gosh, girls, y'all are seriously, you're killing me today. You're killing me. Can y'all not lay down and sleep? You want to go back to bed? You're a bad example here going live today. My dogs are supposed to be good. You're making me look just like I'm a terrible owner. But ALTI, when we get the bigger gap up at this point, it does look like it probably wants to gap up even more and run through 30. Deck said, new target 35. I always have 28, 75, and 30 as pretty prime resistance. If we gap up above that, I agree with Deck. And I definitely, if we get above that 28, 75, and 30, 35 is next. I think, I will say this. Woo! ATNF, nice, beautiful, beautiful short right here. This was ATNF. This ended up being probably one of the best alerts I've given so far at lunch. The 420 shelf crack right here, team. Boom, right on down. There's a nice 30-cent short on ATNF. It looks like a lot of mob is moving away is my point. You can go back go over to Cosm here, team. It's starting to crack back a little bit. ALTI may start gathering a little bit of fun. It's very rare that you see this out of nowhere on a day like today, where it's just kind of all over the place, and then a stock at lunch and again at lunch, right, goes bananas. But ALTI, if this gets through 35 and then maybe 40, this could point B and see 50 and really start going. Maybe get to the push of 75 and then starts becoming where it halts down to like 50, and then it just become finally stalemates, maybe close into power hour. But this could be the mover. All right, questions you guys have, let me know. If you're wanting to trade ALTI, just like I said earlier, you're probably not going to get it, obviously. My halt strategy where it opens up at 29.11, comes down and bounces off where it halts up at. The way to trade this, as soon as this opens up, let's just say for instance, it opens up at 29.20, sees a small pullback like you see here, down to say 28.65, 28.75. As soon as this races back through that open, which was 29.10, whatever, I had it at 29.20, and you see 29.30, 29.40, pull the trigger to get in. As soon as you see green, so essentially new high of day, this candle that opens up has now turned green again. That's your indicator and your trigger to pull to get to go into the next halt up. You have to go FOMO size, do not go big, but that's exactly how you trade these. If I see more of these coming up or at any time, I'll trade these and show you exactly what to do and how to do that. Probably would have done it in this candle right here because of this massive gap up going like, holy moly, we're not getting a halt strategy. And then I would have kind of talked you through that going, okay, either halt strategy, or if this just gaps up way too big and the halt strategy is not going to work, because you can see I want this lower shadow. That's where my halt strategy comes in. You open up here, lower shadow comes here, you get filled. I would have let you know beforehand, hey, if this does this, as soon as this turns green and pushes the new high of day and it's green, I'm getting in for the push up into the next halt up. That's how I trade those. That's how you trade those. And otherwise, you're just going to get burnt in the butt. Burnt in the booty. ALTI 2750 is a halt up price. 45 after and 51 seconds is your halt time. So that means, again, another 10-minute halt will come live at 55 after and 51 seconds. 55 after and 51 seconds. All right, what else we got? Like I said, if you want to go over another ticker, let me know, team. I'm going to kind of stay glued to ALTI for now. Most of these other tickers are starting to lose a little bit of the mob and the volume. Cosm, I figured we'd get a little bit more of a spike out of that. It just can't hold 7. Has cracked now back below. Cosm has, that's, you know, what is it? GovX, did we finally crack back? Oh, GovX still trying to push a little bit. GovX did crack this nice shelf it had. Came down just about maybe 10 cents at most or so. I don't know if it came down even 10 cents. I think it came down about 5 cents or so. And then popped right back on up. So GovX is still moving a little bit. SNOA is done for the day. You can just count this one out. I knew this one would slowly fade off even more. I don't know. Trader 1, were you in this one earlier? I think it was Trader 1. I don't know if Trader 1's still around. Trader 1 did ask me a DM earlier. I'll just DM him back. I forgot about that. But I know Trader 1, I think, asked me about that one. It was pretty sure it was him. I asked if he should just get out and take the profit. And I said no, because it was in the 205 area. And I said, no, this will dump to 2. Wait a little bit longer. You should be good. So that, but yeah, these just reek of, a lot of these reeked of dump and pull back. ENSC, if it stays above 1, it's still got a shot. But it looks like it could fade off at any moment now. Uterus, which is kind of funny that this is worded that way. UTRS. Maybe if it gets over this high of day area, it has broken this little flag. You can see the top or bottom support area had a little downtrend. It broke it. You know, most people right now are going to be moving over ALTI 100%. You know, EHTH just flatlining. Watch for a shelf crack. 715-ish, 717 shelf crack. FWBI, the FWI or FBI play, I should say, of the day. Meh. If it gets back over the VWAP in 650-ish area, then it'll be something we can pay attention to. Watching right now for the next minute or so, we have our ALTI to go live. Let's see here. D Starling and 200 shares. SNOA. Since it's only how far, let's go down. SNOA. Not much further, in my opinion. D Starling, I would be out of this. It's so funny. You and Trader 1 do remind me so much of one another. I would be out of this already. You know, 185 to me is about as low as it gets. I would be. I know it's only 200. Just take it. You know, if you want to say, if anything, what I would do is take 100 then D and wait for this 185 shelf to crack if it does. If it doesn't and it pushes back above 195, take it. You know, so if you're starting to see 2 again, take it. So I would say if it gets back above 195, that's your new stop loss. So I'd get out 100 now just to say I can take some, or if it does get back to 185 area, you know, which we're getting kind of back to 185 again. Take it at 185, 100, you know, 100 of those at 185, and see if you get a 185 shelf crack to take the other 100, which I would say 170. If you see anything around 170, you're golden. You've beat this trade up. That's a thing. Beat a trade up. ALTI, watch this one to see if we come live here, team. I'm going to go to a 1 minute time frame so we can see these candles a little bit better. ALT live any second now, should go live if it's a 10-minute halt. Here we go, ALTI. Ooh, gap down erroneous. Gap down erroneous. ALTI, I was wrong. I figured I said over index lobby to be careful at any moment this could pull back. But man, that's why it didn't get over what? Didn't get over my 28.75. You know, that's exactly why. Got to be careful with this. It's still trying to pop back up through 25. If it pops back up through 25, I could see it maybe trying to go for another halt up at that high of day area. I'm telling you, that 28.75 was pretty significant. Gap down erroneous. You like that one? Gap down erroneous. That's... from watching like Saturday Night Live and In Living Color, and then all those goofballs for too long, coming up with different things. God, traders just want to trade. That's, you know, that just this will eventually fade off, but this just shows you how bad traders want stocks to go long. This is why I even say with the SPY, overall at the long-term game with the SPY, saying, you know, don't be surprised if we maybe never see new lows, because people just don't want traders. We want stuff to spike. Most people go long. Here it's about to go into another halt up. There's one sell that just went through. Someone took some profit. Oh no, more selling. Now we're gonna move up some more. New LULD has been moved up a little bit. Sean, we're all talking like that too. There you go, guys. That's me. I did halt. Look, and my halt strategy pretty much almost worked out there. Good job there, Paula. See not that I would take that same thing, Paula. Don't be mad about it. But yeah, there's my halt strategy, team. This is what I'm talking about. Why those halt areas are pretty key and significant. Notice that again, like I said, because I'm sure mainly because we started getting so many stocks that were halting in 2020. And really the first part of the year because of COVID. So January, February, March. I mean, it was just a halt fest bonanza. And so it was a little bit easier to start noticing, well, damn, every time this, halts up, boom, moves up, comes back down, bounces off where it halted up at. Say we squeeze up through 28, 2070 or 2750 here, squeeze a 30, halt, whatever, but point being, come back down, bounces off, bounce off this. And I'd be like, what? Like, no way, that's crazy. And so I noticed it more and more and more, thus the halt strategy. Lovers want to love, traders want to trade. Right, exactly, Rico. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. ALTI spread is nasty. ALTI spread is just nasty. I mentioned that one earlier in Dex Lobby, but before this even went through 20, I was actually alerting the spread. And here we are now, all the way up to, in the mid-20s here, but that was when it was in the $16, $17 range. It does have a nasty little spread to it, though. Spread you like some butter on a piece of bread. Y'all ever like just a good old simple piece of bread and butter? That's how common this Arkansas folk is. You just get some bread and butter, and you're living life. No, Rico, there's no news. No news as well. There was no news on ALTI. Just random stock that came out of nowhere. Deck actually, I'm sure someone else, maybe I don't know if it was him or someone else, but it was from Deck over in my lobby. We weren't looking at it. Then I looked down here on my halt scanner, and it's halted. It halted like 2 times at that point. This was back when it was around 2 or 3 times. It was around the 1668 mark when we started looking at it. And I was like, oh, geez, okay, this thing is like here. This is when we started looking at it. No news. Watch this crack of the 2250-ish area. We'll put that over Dex Lobby as well. ALTI crack of 22.5. This will P back some more. PB some mo. Questions, comments, concerns, anything you have, let me know right now, team. Really just kind of see what the next move is going to be. Could come from COSM, ALTI, ATNF. Just watching these plays with you. If there's anything you want me to go over, let me know. Peter, second time now, Mr. Dreamer. Got Petey dreaming. Got a busy day with the dogs over here. Girls finally calming down, but they were playing their butts off earlier. At Petey at the second time. Got my Pit Bull, Dogo, we can't really tell. We never got them. We don't want to go somewhere. I'm like, well, let me see exactly what my dog is. The rescues that we get off the street or some of the ones we get out of the, of course, the rescues that are out there from shelters and such. But Petey's one off the street. He's either a Dogo or Pit Bull. Mix of the both or whatever it could be. Man, he is the loudest dreamer. You can literally hear him across the house. He will howl. You will literally hear him in his dream like... howling so loud, we feel so bad. We always immediately wake him up because it sounds like he's just getting tortured, like he's like strapped down in a chair, like the worst dog nightmare ever. But he was a bait dog, unfortunately. Puppy found him on the street, and then he got out because that's how a lot of those pits or Dogo. They're just if they get out, they go, they're gone. And we were on vacation when this happened. We had him for a few months. We rescued him off the streets. We had him for a few months, and sure enough, while we're going on vacation, he gets out while we're gone, and he's gone. Like we never see him again. Like, or we think we're not going to anyway. This was June. I think it may have been when we left on Father's Day too. It was a terrible Father's Day present to come back to. But point being, this was June of 2016. Not that who cares about the year, but it was in June. November, after I've put out, put alert, blah, 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 hey, because luckily we microchipped him, and anyway, didn't hear anything. All of a sudden, one day, one of the many micro jobs that I had, I drove for Lyft and Uber. So I was driving, it was that morning where spy new high of day, but I was driving I was picking up someone who was trying to get out early, because that's when you make a lot of money, for all the people that, need rides in the morning. Was giving that first person a ride, was waiting for them, like, boy, here we go, 6 o'clock in the morning, I gotta go drive around for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then of course deal with traffic. How fun this is gonna be. Pretty much taxi driver. Anywho, got the call though. Point being, I'll never forget getting that call. Well, yeah, we have your dog, because I didn't know what the number was, so I didn't answer it. And so they left a voicemail, and I remember listening to the voicemail and like crying before the person came out and having like, oh my god, I just tear up. And I'm like, why is this person crying? They hate their life. They're driving for me and they hate their life. I cannot believe this. This person's bawling their eyes out. But they called and like, well, yeah, we have Petey, blah, blah, and they read off this number, and he's the white. You know, I'm pretty sure it's got to be him, right? I'm reading this off, and it's a match. You know, I scanned it, and it's the white pit bull that you or whatever that you have on file. It matches exactly. Has the the patch over his eye, so on and so forth. Like we have we have Petey, and this was 5 months, right, from June to November. We didn't see him, and went to go pick him up at the Dallas Animal Shelter. I forgot whatever the main one there is in Dallas, SP whatever it's called, SPCA of Dallas. And yeah, you should have seen how happy he was. He pretty much like tackled me, but was beat up. Was just scratches, scar. You can still see some scars where it just was so deep. But man, you should have seen him. We should have taken pictures. We're not those kind of people. But probably should have and said, please don't do this to animals. This is ridiculous. But he was a bait dog. You could tell in the end is what they used him for, and they were kind of telling me where they found him at in the area, and that's probably what they did. But he just was beat the hell up. It was terrible, and some of those scars were so deep, and how long they took to heal. So anytime he's dreaming, that's point being back to that. It's just we think we can only go back to what he went through as a dog. I cannot even imagine being a bait dog because he's such a sweetie, just Sweetie Petey as we call him. Anyway. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Going back up. Let's see here. Coming in. Let's see. Just getting caught up. Rico. Good. Getting caught up there. Sniz. Just getting burning options. Let me go back to shares and small caps and just continue to practice for. Yeah, exactly. Sniz. You're good. Sniz. I'm always got you right here for the small cap world. I always got you in the small cap world. I'll never leave that. That's a done deal for me. Paul, your huskies like that. That's funny. Yeah, that's what I talked about. Rich green. I talked about this earlier. The M shape overall, rich green. Watch for that overall M shape that's being created on the spy. So watch for an M double top. Crack the trend line. If you get all that and you come back down to 396.70 and that cracks, this thing will just start. I say dumping, but we'll see a nice good pullback. Where I would short this, I don't go on double tops. Just so you know, rich green. Like what I would do is I'd wait for this trend to crack. You can probably put a line in from back here, I bet too. Yup. So I don't think it actually matches. And I'm going to go in a little tighter. Hold on, let me do this. Boom. Boom. No, I want to highlight it. Move this in a little tighter. Right up here. See where this goes down to. If it even connects. It doesn't really connect down here. Nope, doesn't really connect down there. But I would just wait for this trend line. I know you can see what I'm putting in, though. I'm trying to get it to see if it connects anywhere down here, and it just really doesn't. It really just is this last, which is not that. It's still about a 40-minute trend line overall. So it's a pretty good long trend line. By the time it cracks, probably might be an hour long. I would wait for that trend line to crack, get back under the 9 EMA. My Thanos crossover works out pretty decently in the SPY as well. And so you have the trend line and the 9 EMA right at the same price. You crack both of those. That's where I'd get in. That's where I would get in, Rich, for the trend line crack on the way down. Sean, that's awesome. I forgot about that, Sean. Yeah, Sean, how long ago was that when you hit me up? Was that seemed like months ago, Sean, that you were you were texting me or having maybe like a little issue with the new puppy and bringing it in, and how you having a little bit of concern. Man, that seems like months ago now. Gee golly, it seemed for some reason like the initial time was in spring, maybe even. I can't remember. It's been so damn long. That's awesome though, because it's been so long. You got it, Rich. ALTI is halted down, just so everyone knows. So I'm watching this to see if we finally get a crack back underneath this 2250-ish area. If it does, this is going to dump down some more. Really just in a channel right now, 2250-ish or so support, 2235 support with the resistance at 27. was about 4 months ago. I was like, yeah, it just shows you that. And I was like, and that's when I was like, it was probably you know, like October, or August, or September. I was like, did I ever tell you about the time my older dog sat on my keyboard and let's see, and bought 12? There you go, nice. No. Yeah, mine, not lucky. Yeah, my dog never because mine's in this little slidey thing too. So I always have mine slid under. And anytime the dogs do, which I remember, well, if you can go back to my live trade actually. Well, I don't think I put that in the edit, but my live trade on Friday with GNS that I did with you guys. I mean, I think it was Queenie that was, when I went back and edited it yesterday, Queenie was the one that was messing with me on Friday, and I was like, and I remember saying something to her, like, I'm wanting to trade. I was like, I'm going to put you to bed. Like, leave me alone right now. You know me, I'm going to tell my dogs what's up. You know, I'm going to tell them what's up. As far as the Thanos crossover, as he is concerned, I like to 5 minute with the trendline cracking in the show. There you go. He won the trade. That's awesome, Sean. Shop finally there for you guys. You shop boys. I don't know if you stayed in your trade, but if you did, they finally came back down below your 46.50 to take some profit, like I talked about. So 46.30, a little bit of profit taking that could have been done right there. Shop still in the downtrend. If you are still in short, just make sure it does not get out of that downtrend. ATNF trying to create this little bit of a new trend line, in my opinion. Starting from right here, it looks like. Yep. So there's your trend line on ATNF. Cracks that trend line. It's kind of getting tighter and tighter into this wedge with the downtrend as well. You can see this. Boom, boom. Actually, I messed that up there, dummy. There we go. Bada boom, bada ba 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 bing. So watch that for ATNF. I want to put that in Dex Lobby as well. Everything I kind of alert to you guys, so I don't feel like I should have to write it out. ATNF in squeeze, pop or drop soon. Oops. Just closed out my lobby. Hopefully we're still live here. And we're still live. Sometimes when I close my tab, it actually close out. What's up, Clay? How we doing? Clay, do you see why I'm wearing? Hopefully, Clay, you might know why I'm wearing pink today. Then, Clay, you might actually. I figured you might say something though. It's so funny. I figured if any Razorback fan would notice why I'm actually wearing pink today. Sean's still in. Nice. ATNF could be getting the downtrend break here soon, team. ALTI, we'll see if this has a 5-minute hold. I'll go back over to ALTI in just a minute. We have ATNF breaking the downtrend. Cosm, just really overall getting a lot like ATNF. It's not as pretty, but it does have this new uptrend channel to it. If you want to put an uptrend channel on, or I should say COSM, you can see the COSM kind of getting the same kind of squeezy feel to it, right? Kind of getting this little squeeze to it overall. I'm going to get the 690 area out of there. We're getting tighter and tighter in this wedge for COSM. I'll say the same thing over in Dex Lobby. COSM. Tighter. Cool trader win. Let's see. There we go. Held it a little bit longer. Just heard back from Trader 1. That's nice. He held SNOA a little bit longer. I remember I was talking to him earlier about holding that. I know D Starley, same thing. D, hopefully you took some. You can see what I'm talking about there. That 185 area strong. Again, I know you were only in 200 shares, but it's kind of the same thing with Trader 1 that I was saying. Y'all are in the same trade, which, again, y'all remind me so much of one another. SPY, you can see here, rich green, why I don't go with double tops and just wait for true trend line cracks to happen. You know, when a trend line crack happens, I feel much more comfortable that now the support has cracked the trend that we have held, especially usually maybe if I get an hour long plus has cracked. Generally speaking, what happens? You get a good pullback. So just wait for that, 100%. Anyone that's interested on a short for the SPY, a put contract, wait for that trend line to crack. Yeah, J-Chan, I would say for sure. Yeah, I would say full account size, get 50, 100, 500 contracts, expiration date, mid to late February. This is going to 473, I think. 473 or so. 473, J-Chan. 473 or so. ALTI, I'm just messing with you. ALTI, not down below the 2235 area. Not below 2235 yet. You got it. Decelerate things. Look at your device and simply got everything. There you go, man. Awesome. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea to take that money. You guys always want to do that. I always think of Simple Jack. I don't know if you guys know who Simple Jack is, but, you know. Pretty crazy movie, pretty good movie. They couldn't do that anymore, I'll tell you that. But, you know, it was awesome. I'm glad they did it while they could. You make me happy. That's why I always say money, because I'm always thinking about you make me happy. Oh, Heather, what did I say? ALTI, bada boom, bada bing. I was just putting that over next lobby too. 2235 shelf crack. What did I say? What happened, team? Making you some money. Crylitter, Tropic Thunder, J-Chain. Yeah, that's one of my. That was definitely, you know, I'm sure most have seen it, or I would tell, like, I know Sniz is still around, but Sniz, I'd be like, Sniz, have you seen Tropic Thunder? Sniz, have you? Maybe you haven't. I don't know. But that movie is great. Especially if you think about what the world we live in now, and just, I mean, because what's crazy on top of the fact, all the love that Robert Downey Jr. gets, you know, for that movie. I mean, you think about what he did in that movie, or what they did, and they wrote it, and I mean, that movie's only like 15 years old or so. As you know, I think it came out in 2008. I'm pretty damn sure. Simple Jack was the one. You know, Ben Stiller was the one that got all the hate for what, you know, what the character he portrayed. Well, at least in one of his movies. and then of course the great saying from Robert Downey Jr. saying, "You don't go full retard." I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard that saying, but you don't go full retard. Never go full. Like, that was, oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't. But it's funny though, Sniz, I mean, how many people give him the pass? Like, you know, that's been brought up. I've seen a lot recently, you know, and so many people like give it the pass and they love it. Like, they did such a great job. But he's such a great actor, honestly. Robert is. Not that Ben's not. But yeah, that portrayal of Simple Jack got more hate than, anyway, it's funny. Than what, you know, what Robert Downey did. Those are the good old days. Yeah, they'll never make that. That'll never happen again. Engineer, because all my alerts are coming out of my mouth. I'm not going to type in here. I mean, I'm typing over in Dex Lobby. And I don't know if you're listening to me, Engineer. You're hearing all my alerts from me. So I'm not going to double duty and type what I'm writing out. And I'm going to put it over in Dex Lobby. That's why I'm putting my alerts in Dex Lobby, because they're not probably listening to me. So I just want people in Dex Lobby who aren't listening to me going live. There's no point for me to put my alerts in my lobby. I'm sitting here telling you every single thing I'm talking about. Unless I talk too fast. Which I could see that. But yeah, no, that's the reason I'm putting them over in Dex Lobby, because I'm here telling you every single thing. Kind of everything that I'm telling you is over, but I'm putting in Dex Lobby. Literally, I just put you make me whatever money in Dex Lobby. And I've been telling everyone, and, you know, ALTI, watch for it. And it still hasn't fully cracked yet, which we're getting these small micro cracks. We still haven't fully cracked yet because we haven't had candlestick confirmation. But yeah, anything I've alerted, you know, like ATNF, I just alerted this to you guys. ATNF, I said watch for the down. I was literally just had this up, said watch for the, you know, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Everything I alert in here that I'm wording out, that's why I'm putting it over in Dex Lobby, because they may not be listening to me. And yeah, it's their bad, right, Rico? That's their bad. You know, Cosm, same thing when I was alerting this, which this could be the next one. Cosm, you know, with the next squeeze opportunity. I showed you guys this any minute make or break. So that's why I'm sitting here telling you guys, literally showing you guys, talking about it. So that's why I figured I shouldn't have to type it in here. And I'm like, well, I just figure, you know, kind of like Dex coming over to my lobby to get, you know, and putting alerts in over here. because you got to think about it. When Deck's going live, he's not putting alerts out for the most part. He's sitting there trading or alerting it. You know, when you ask him questions, he's not going, oh, he doesn't type it in. I mean, he is when he's like me. Like he's not going live. He's not talking. So of course, if he's not talking, now he's got, you know, all his alerts in there. But you go back to like say Deck's alerts and go when he's going live. So go back before 10:40. When did he stop talking? So yeah, I mean, 10, 12 webinados up, $1,200 out of this money after he's done talking, right? It's just now, you know, but point being, if you go back before that, there's no Deck alerts because he's talking through his alerts. I'm then putting him over in Deck's lobby while I'm talking, which I'm double dutying him. You know, you can see that as, man, I'm multitasking over here. You know, Deck isn't putting his alerts when he's not talking, going live, putting his alerts. You know, I'm trying to be the multitasker of the century over here, right? When People Magazine put out their multitasker of the century award, I don't know what year they do that. I guess I got to last a little longer in this century. I want them to say, Josh Allen AK47 Smith, the best multitasker this century has ever seen. He can not only feed his dogs, take a number 2 in the bathroom while trading, and also driving his BMW while putting makeup on, while avoiding the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. traffic, while also there's a wreck in the road. But is it just a possum? Something like that. Deck, does Deck still see? What's the thing? I don't know where he doesn't. Does he not have that, or is it low at the bottom anymore? Deck used to have when he see that screenshot that Deck just took. Yeah, it's not on his page anymore. I don't know when that finally came down. And I know he had it at Tradecaster for a while, but this little picture that Deck took right here, do y'all remember, if y'all been around long enough, this used to be at the top of the chart every single day when you'd come to Tradecaster.com and go to Deck's lobby. You would always see this, and I literally, which is crazy, just brought this up in a session yesterday or the day before. I think it may have even been yesterday. I'm like, oh yeah, because he was comparing how he trades this anyway. And I was like, oh, I remember when you used to have the Dow, the NASDAQ, and S&P, because you'd always see them run together, and that's how one of the guys I did a session with. That's how they trade the SPY. They'll pull up the NASDAQ, they'll pull up the Dow, they'll kind of trade it to get all together. I was like, oh yeah, there used to be that little thing that Deck had at the top of the page, but you don't see it anymore at the top of Deck's page. And Super Buddy, exactly. Yeah, you didn't know I was doing that earlier, Super Buddy. I was actually alerting to you guys while walking the dogs in the bathroom. How are you walking the dogs in the bathroom? ALTI, here comes more of the pullback, looking like it's coming in. ATNF alerted this over in Deck's lobby. Whammy, whammy, whammy. That's why you have to watch out for these squeeze modes, team. So kind of like ATNF, looks Cosm could be the next one. But ATNF right here, team, when you see a stock that's getting tighter and tighter into a wedge where you have bottom support and you find a top resistance and you can put a downtrend and there you go. This is a squeeze mode. Better serve too at the top of the day. Now, again, pre-market's hurting this a little bit, but when you're at the high of the day, not in the middle part, right, or not at the bottom, this generally is where you get a little bit better of a squeeze. But you still got even a squeeze right here if you think about it. Trend line up. See the same thing? See this one's a little bit bigger? You see the same thing right here, team. Look at the squeeze and the pop to new high of day. We're getting the same thing right here, squeeze and a pop to test of high of day. Alti looking like it could be done. ALTI looking like it could be done. ATNF right now, at least in my opinion, top stock to watch moving forward. Let's get this back into a 3-minute time frame. Of course, now we're watching. We were watching ALTI in that 1 minute, but now ALTI is starting to give back some of its gains a little bit. ALTI, if it gets back below this 1920 mark, that's where I think it dumps down even more and probably will finish off being done for the day. If it holds above that 1825, 1875 mark, we could see some more movement from ALTI. I'm going to put the top resistance here on watch for 440 for ATNF. Over that could squeeze for more. Daddy B trading puts at 398.50 on the SPY. Daddy B, I would say your best area to look for a put would be just over 399. If you want to go for the top side boss, I would go over 399, close to 399.30 up to 399.50. I would go a full dollar above that. And like I was saying to Rich Green earlier, the next best area that you're going to get a good short on, because by the time it cracks, it's going to be an over an hour long trend line. It's going to be this trend line that was formed in at about 12:25, just literally almost an hour ago at this point. So right here, we have this trend line up, finally squeezed off of it. So I would go up here for the short, or I'd wait for this trend line to crack truly, just being patient with that. Stay down, Simon. You're all good, boss. Same thing on Cosm. Here we go. Cosm could be the next one that tests high of the day. So Cosm with the downtrend break there overall. No, the trend line up, and we're working our way up the trend. Let's get these old 3-minute time frame lines off. Adjust this one to the trend line down here at the bottom. And there we go. Somewhere right about there, we have a trend line on COSM. So COSM, there we go. And here, just kind of the same setup. ATNF, yeah, I bet it's expensive to short. ATNF, I could see it being expensive to short. Anytime you have a sub $5 million, especially then you get, or sub $5 million float, then you get to sub $2 million in float. Overall, you know that's what the float is. Well, again, imagine how many traders are probably in ATNF as of right now, still holding it, whether it's from earlier, now they're in it, whatever. That float's not 1.85 anymore. It's not, it's lower. So now it's even squeezier, right? Now, so the rotation on those shares available have gotten so small at this point, they're going to charge whatever the hell they want. And that's usually, in my opinion, I'm guessing, just thinking logically, why those prices go up on those shorts overall in the end, because now their inventory is so little. And usually when it gets smaller, it seems like every time where these low float plays, when they start spiking up like this, thus the shorts, not only if they go away, become more expensive if they are available. Put the trend line in though for ATNF. Does have a trend line in on it, obviously from the squeeze mode from earlier. So if it does crack the trend line, watch for a trend line crack down to 420, possibly 390 again, just like we got earlier. But yeah, Clay's still around. Hopefully, I forgot about that. Kind of moved off topic there, but yes. Of course, Tropic Thunder. If you haven't seen Tropic Thunder, go see that. It's a great movie. Got a lot of funny people in, a lot of people in Tropic Thunder. Not that it's the greatest storyline. You'll just laugh at the nonsense that's throughout it. Clay, great play, though, for the Razorbacks last night. They need more of that. Got to play defense. You know, I want to see more of that. And I knew originally when of course, I found out like the day after, but when Brazil, and not the country team, that's the guy's last name, but when Brazil tore his knee or whatever, he, out for the season, I knew right off the bat, because I knew Nick Smith Jr. being the one-and-doneer, and he's worried about the NBA and making money, already coming into the season not playing on an injury. With an injury, I should say, or he has an injury, he's not playing yet. I'm like, oh, well, we'll be lucky to see him this year, if we do. So when we lost Brazil, I was like, oh, that hurt. That, to me, was the bigger hurt. Nick Smith Jr. would be great. And again, yes, imagine if this team was full strength. Nick Smith Jr. was never hurt. He was there from day one and was still there. Imagine how good they'd be. Nick Smith Jr. playing all year. Imagine how good they'd be right now with him playing. And then imagine on top of the fact Brazil never gets hurt. This team would be, I guarantee you, it may not have a loss, but it may only have one. Again, because we did lose early on in the season in that tournament or whatever, but we didn't have Nick Smith Jr. playing from game one, right? And so we didn't have one of the top players, at least freshmen, in the nation playing. So I knew we were hurt, especially after Brazil stopped or was hurt. Girls, lay down. But still, we're still doing. We're still trying. We're still, hopefully get that, because that's the thing. We got a great head coach. He hopefully can motivate him, get him to that second half, of the SEC or middle parts of the second half run like we normally get. Good girls, y'all can lay down. Good girl. Elle, lay down, Queenie, lay down. But good game, though, last night. Wearing the pink on the pink out. That was pretty cool, too. I like the pink out. That was pretty dope. Say to someone, have you watched the TV show called Billions? It's about a hedge fund in Wall Street. No, I've never even heard of the show called Billions. I'm not big into TV anymore. Stay down, Simon, honestly. Just not big into it. Hopefully the Daddy be trading too. Daddy be trading. Did you hear my alert? Daddy be trading. I didn't hear you come back afterward, but Daddy be trading. You can see what I said. Hopefully, though, you didn't get in there. Wait and be a little more patient there. Yeah, stay down time. I have not seen that. No. Not a big. I don't watch much TV anymore. Really, there's just not much on. There was a lot. It was about 2010 or 11, 12, somewhere in there. Me and my wife. There were so many still decent, good shows on. Me and my wife. I forgot. There was, some nights there would be 2-3 shows on a night that we watched. Or recorded or whatever you want to call it. But man, anymore, there's just, and now that's a thing that's just all spread out and all the streaming services and hey, woza wazzles. No one. We were watching. I was watching GovX earlier. It was a nice 5-day move. I actually kind of forgot about that because we have so many movers, honestly, overall for the day. What I will do, since Shop's just kind of staying in this little channel back and forth, I'm gonna get, since we're watching a lot of small caps, I'll put GovX back on watch. Nice little trend line overall being built in. Watch for that trend line crack. We do have, like we had earlier, see the trend line crack led to a great short. Oh, Nelly got another good trend line forming right here. Could go to trend line crack back below 125, 127. This will probably see at least 120, if not maybe again to that pull back to the 110 area, 115. Stay down, Simon. Let me know once you start watching it, and you can let me know since you just started. You can get 5, 6, 7 episodes in. Let me know if you like it. Daddy B, okay, all right, Daddy B. Just I'm trying to warn you though, B baby. I'm trying to warn you, B baby. We have Bobby Axelrod in Dex chat all the time. Let's see here. What's that mean? What's Bobby Axelrod? What's that mean? What did I miss on that one, J Chan? I know it says that we have Bobby Axelrod in Dex chat all the time. What was I saying that you said that? Because I talk a trillion miles an hour. Clay, Final Four in Houston this year. I'll be courtside when we show. Okay, Clay. Whoa, man. Hey, I think we honestly, at beginning of the year, I was, at that tournament, because I remember saying something in chat one day. We were just, and even after that, point being before Brazil got hurt, I was like, man, if we can just wait for Nick Smith to get, this team, what we have right now as a casket, just join together and play as a team, and then we'll add, Smith in at some point this year whenever he's healthy. I was thinking we at least Elite 80 again, if not maybe a final. Finally, this year could be a Final Four run. Probably not happening now. It could happen. You never know. ATNF in another squeeze. ATNF in another squeeze. Yes, yeah, ATNF still in the squeeze mode. ATNF overall is in the squeeze mode. I loaded this over in Dex Lobby, ATNF, so this is the one still squeezing up. ATNF still up the trend line. So long as we hold the trend line, it's still in the squeeze mode for sure. Yeah, I'm just kidding, Daddy B. We'll cut if it goes above $3.99. Well, $3.99.50 was where I told you to get in. So $3.99.50 to me, it's probably going to go. I'm just letting you know, Daddy B trading, it's probably going to $3.99.50. Here it goes. Watch it just squeeze right to it. But it's probably going to get to $3.99.50 at this point. And that's why I was saying just wait for that to start kind of averaging in. And same thing. CM Will Fawn 23. I was saying the same thing. I saw that $3.99.50 is where I would wait overall. Me, because I'm a safer trader when it comes to shorting. I would wait for this trend line to crack. The trend line back below, and you can see what was high of day earlier too at that $3.97.50 mark. Strong resistance. We crack through the trend line in that, it's just going to dump away. Now, if you want to get the top, I have a pretty strong feeling this is about to run to $3.99.50 at least. I just kind of go back to past chart history and where we bounced out a lot yesterday of support. Somewhere right around that area, $3.99.30 to $3.99.50 seems to be a good sandwichy resistance area, and really has had a lot of support there from especially yesterday. So that's where I think this is probably going to run to overall, $3.99.50. Oh, that's the name of the character. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Someone's screen name. Okay, gotcha. Is the name of a character in Billions. Oh, okay. Maybe is that where Bob? Is that? I wonder if that's his name in real life. There's no way it can be, right? I was like, I forgot because I met Bobby Axelrod over in Dex Lobby. Which is so funny at the seminar. So Jay Chan, he was at the seminar. And I forgot. I swear that's what he went by, though. I swear that's what the guy went by, though, at the seminar. But the guy that's over in Dex Lobby, Bobby Axelrod, whatever CEO. I met him at the seminar. I forgot what. Then maybe I just forgot. But I met him at the seminar because because Deck gave him a. I remember after the seminar, Deck was talking about his guns or whatever because he's pretty big. He's got big arms. Works out. You can tell. Yeah, I kind of did not realize that. That is hilarious. The other area too with the SPY, if you want to kind of see this other area that I would say maybe would be good, and then I know that Daddy B Trade will be happy too at this point, be probably a little more comfort, is when this trend line cracks. See this little bit overextended trend line here, team? You can get that in tighter if you really want to. However, you want to get that in there right about right there. It's got that overextended trend line. Now, when that cracks, that's when I could see this coming down a little bit more and getting back down to possibly the low 398. Excuse me there. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's the overextended one. We have one from earlier too as well, where we rode up it for a solid 30 to 35 minutes or so, from 12:35 Eastern time to about 1 o'clock Eastern time. We rode up this trend line. Doesn't go connect to anywhere from earlier, but we did have one that was about equal length earlier. So those would be the two trend lines that I have in on SPY. Gotcha, stay down, Simon. Cool, and that's cool. Gotcha. He portrayed Bobby Axelrod in the Showtime series Billions in the first 5 seasons, and appeared in the first 5 seasons. Did he get replaced or something? What happened? But they replaced him with another guy. Maybe the guy we have in chat plays him now in the show. I've seen this guy a couple of times though. It says stay on that. I have no clue. ATNF slowly working its way up this trend line, team. So watch ATNF looking like it still could squeeze for a little bit more here. Not that I just don't see a lot more room on ATNF to go. Possibly a move to 5 could be the move on ATNF overall. So somewhere to 5 potentially for ATNF. Ooh, Cosm with the pullback here, team, through the trend line crack. Trend line crack. COSM trend line has cracked. Put that in, and see here, and then here, oops. See here, my point being, engineer, was where I go over to Dex Lobby, because I just alerted you guys, right? I've said that multiple times, showing you now. So that's where then I'll go over to Dex Lobby and say, you know, hey, this has happened. Just because I don't know if they're listening to me or not. ATNF, like I just talked about, looks like it wanted to squeeze a little bit more there. Has room maybe possibly to 5. Put that in Dex Lobby, ATNF. Alrighty, team. Questions you guys have? And I will see this over in Dex Lobby as well and kind of show you ALTI $20 shelf crack. ALTI $20 shelf crack. Watch for more short PB. And here it comes. ALTI. Dun 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 dun. Looking like it's about to crack on back. Let's see here. We have Cosm with the crack. ALTI cracking back. GovX is still trying to pop up a little bit. So we still have GovX. Thank you for putting that back on the board there, Rico, whoever it was that brought that up just a little bit ago. Thank you. Thank you. And ATNF. So we have the 2 top plays, in my opinion, or almost the 2 top gainers on the day. SNOA, you can go ahead and count this off your list anytime now. I'd imagine this 185 here cracks and it goes down a tad bit more. And maybe gives way to number 2. Well, we will be the new top number 2 gainer, which would be ATNF, if ATNF especially can squeeze to 5. Any questions you guys have? Comments, concerns, questions, comments, anything you want to go over, let me know right now. I'm not seeing anything else overall moving. We got Cosm still somewhat on watch. ATL, I'll keep that on watch. ATNF on watch. I got GovX on watch. We got Mail with R Renner here. This is one that I just saw pop. It's on the halt scanner, so we got this random stock out of nowhere. Team, be super careful. Very crazy low volume, and yeah, I think he's short. I would go short on this too. I would not be long. RNER. Well, Jeremy Renner over here. I don't remember that one. Jeremy Renner. You seen that news? I don't think we went over that news in the past. I think I can't remember. That was right before vacation, and that's why, because I was on vacation. But boy, that was some crazy, scary news. I don't know if you guys saw the Jeremy Renner news or even know who Jeremy Renner is. He plays Hawkeye. In the event, he's been all kinds of movies though. It's not like he's. I mean, that's what everyone always goes. He's known as Hawkeye in the Avenger movies, because he's been in like 20 of them, but he's got other movies. COSM trendline crack, beautiful, nice short opportunity there. ATNF still seems to be the number one top mover. Again, the float's 1.85 mil. This one could easily squeeze. Nothing too crazy, too. It's not like it's super bullish strong where you're seeing these 30 to 50 cent pops. You're getting in a candle is my point, where 3, 4, maybe a 3, 5 minute time frame, yeah, but in a 1 minute setting, super quick, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 second, pop where it goes 30, 40, 50 cents. Not happening, so it's not like it's super crazy, but a decent move overall for ATNF as we go up. This nice uptrend channel, which I will say in the end, maybe this starts becoming the top of the uptrend channel, right? Becomes pretty parallel to what we're moving up. So this seems to be the top portion of resistance right around 465 as of now. That will continue to go up as this moves up the uptrend though. Oh man. Oh, metal. If there's anything you want to go over, let me know now, team. Otherwise, I guess you guys are good. We got another 20 minutes or so of commentary. Waiting to see if ATNF or maybe GovX starts popping up here at the end of the day. Oh, don't do it. Don't sneeze. Yep. Definitely have stay down, Simon. Pitt, speaking of my Pitt, like the Pitt, he's fine now. But yeah, they're like our Great Danes at first because they're big and they don't realize how big they are. And so when we walk them, when they get a little bit, at first they're fine, but we put them on harnesses. Usually at first, because harnesses just work so well with bigger dogs. Honestly, it's much easier to move a dog around. But harness is always another way to go as well. Hero, just watch. Is there a link to that? Hero Trader, just watch the opening scene for season 1 of Billions. Say less. Send me the link, send me the link, Hero Trader. Send me the link. Started off with the harness. Yeah, I always start off with the harness, and if that doesn't work, move to the prong. Prong definitely will always work wonders, 100%. Say don't Simon like puts it out there like immediately. Here you go. I thought like there was like it's like something on YouTube or something like that we could like I thought it was gonna be super quick and easy. This is like loading the episodes or whatever. I'm like, okay, come on here. It still says loading for some reason. I don't know why. Loading my damn episodes. Started Billions is good with later season. Yeah, it's hard for me to get invested into shows anymore. Really hard, honestly. I'm just very few and far between. So yeah, and then finding the time for them. But it's one I will say I watched with my wife just because it was something to watch with her was the White Lotus, or I don't know if there's the in front of it, but I just remember White Lotus, the one that are set at the hotels, the kind of mysterious. Whatever they're called, I don't even know what the wording for those are anyway. That was pretty good, though. It was pretty decent. Nothing too great, but, it was watchable. APPH. I would say you're in a squeeze mode right there, and kind of an ascending triangle engineer. 215 to 220, you can see is the resistance area right here where my dotted line is at. Queenie, lay down. No one wants to play, and everyone's trying to be good. You're the only one up and around. Lay down. Lay. Ants in the pants. And we're moving our way up the trend line, right? So put your trend line in as well. Boom. So there's your trend line. Top resistance. Watch for the squeeze. ATNF, bam, give me 5. Give me 5, give me 5, give me 5. Oh, let's see. Last of Us for sure has been fantastic. Even better if you have played the games. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. I'm not a big gamer anymore. Maybe they make like a GTA, maybe like a GTA series or something like that. But yeah, I didn't realize that too because I see that all the time. Direct because I have whatever stream and it's like nonstop will show that because I have HBO Max whatever, and so it's always promoting that. Like I'm good. I don't want to watch it. Okay, I promise. I know it's as intriguing as you're trying to make it look for me. I'm not gonna watch it. GovX finally pulling axle. GovX is finally getting a little bit of a pullback here, a little bit of a shelf crack because they talked about trend line crack. Now finally below 126 to 127, 125, whatever I was talking about. Watch for a pullback to 120. We are getting that now. Watch for a pullback overall, but 120 cracks down to like 115 to 110. Yeah, I'd say probably over the next. I mean, there are probably some that I'm probably forgetting, but I know Maverick was one of them. I was very interested to see, Top Gun Maverick. I'd say the next, of course, point being this coming year, Deadpool will be another one I'm interested to see 100%. When Deadpool finally comes out, I don't know if that's coming out though this year. See what direction they make with Transformers. Hope to God after taking 6 years off, they've made it, not including Bumblebee, but an actual true Transformers movie. Hopefully they get back on track here a little bit more. So, definitely looking forward to. Oh, what was it I was just thinking besides that? Oh, gee golly. Poops. What was it? The other one? Now I forgot. Dang it. Oh, Blade one. That's another one too, kind of like Deadpool. But Blade, to see what they do with Blade. Loved it as a kid. Super love Blade. That was one of those ones I just could not wait for it to come out. When it did, I just get so amped hype. I'll see it like 18 times. Not really. Yeah, just say it. Stay down, Simon. We can GTA. That's so funny. Great call. I need to forget my emotions and just go. You're gonna stay down, Simon, baby. You're all good, man. Do you? Yeah, GTA is that's my man. That new one looks sick too. The GTA 6 is just gonna be whoo. It's gonna be so clean. It's gonna be nice. ATNF still squeezing, team. ATNF still squeezing a new high of day here, trying to hold 5. That'd be a good. See if we can actually hold 5 here. Can't wait to see. Oh, that was the other big one. 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady's another big one. I can't wait to see. Just kidding. I'm going through all the list of movies that come out this year. That are listed already. I'll be interested, not super interested, but see what they do with the last, because it's supposedly going to be the last Guardians of the Galaxy. This one, I realized it's just now coming out. This is going to be really interesting. This Winnie the Pooh, this scary movie they're doing with Winnie the Pooh. I don't know if you've seen that, but bro, that looks crazy. Not that I'm wanting to see it really or anything. Ant-Man, okay, there's another one that's kind of up there on the Richter scale. Speaking of which, that saw that there was a earthquake earlier in California. So any of you guys that were part of the earthquake, hopefully everything's okay with you guys out there in California. So that one's up there, kind of high. Maybe not interested to see that. Let's see here, going through the list of stuff. That's into February. Let's go into March now. I'm like trying to go through the different months, all the different movies that are coming out this year. Spy still on watch for that $399.50-ish area. That $399.50, yeah, a little bit of I see that R double, a little bit of a shelf holding strong at that $398.50 mark. Yeah, Wesley J. Chan. Yeah, Wesley Snipes. He was literally born to play. He wanted to play it again. He was pissed. I wish they would do some kind of like throwback scene where the movie. I really wish they'd do this to all those OG fans, and I guarantee that movie would make at least 50 more million or 75 million, because I'm sure it'll be Marvel, low budget. It'll probably make money anyway. I guarantee it'd make about 50 more mil if the opening scene started with Wesley Snipes, and then it tells the story like he goes back in time. Like, it's just Wesley Snipes, he's old, and maybe he does some cool badass fight scene, and it's still showing that he's still fighting at, say, 60 years old or whatever. And I say 60, whatever he'd really be as, whatever they progress him as. But then, something happened in that writing that they have to go back and kind of go back to maybe before Stephen Dorff and the god, whatever, the Blood King or whatever he was in the very first Blade, and then do like a prequel trilogy. So it's right before you see him as, what you see him, or maybe even after that, maybe after Whistler's dead and everything happens after the third one. That, to me, if they wrote that in, that would be awesome writing, and you'd get that many more people like, what, Snipes is in it? Like, and have like one little scene where you see Snipes and you don't really get how he's in it. You don't know yet what the writing is. That, to me, would be pretty cool. I don't know if they'll do it, though. Sumo, that's definitely one I've had on my watch board here and there. It never really did anything too crazy, Sumo, but it has been a nice mover. I think AV alerted this one earlier in the day. It's every day I kind of keep my eye on it, because it just seems to be doing this. I had one big move on, was it Monday, right? Monday? Yeah, Monday. One big crazy move up Monday, squeeze. It's been in that kind of squeeze mode, and every day it's been on the, hey, I'm kind of watch, hey, but just hasn't really done anything. Had a nice, decent spike at the opening part of the day, spiked up about $1 almost. And then since then, really just moving out to the right. But definitely want to keep on watch, 100%. Good job, Wilson. Definitely agree with that. I didn't realize Creed 3 comes out in March. That just shows you how far I'm behind. I used to know when movies were coming out. Scream, they're doing another Scream? Scream 6 is coming out in March? Jiminy freaking Christmas. The next Shazam's coming out. Don't really care about Shazam. That's the other one. And I thought John Wick came out this year. That's high up there. That's what he's done with those movies. Very big fan of John Wick movies. We'll be watching that one. Let's go over to April. So that probably first of the year. That's going to be the highest. That's by far. That'll be the first. The next big movie I cannot wait to see will be that John Wick 4, Chapter 4. So we'll see. I'ma see you. We'll see ya. It's the me, Mario. That comes out in April. The Super Mario Brothers movie. I love Chris Pratt, Anya Taylor-Joy, she's great. Charlie Day, I'm a big fan of Charlie Day. Of course, Jack Black, I think, plays Bowser. Can't get probably better than that as a Bowser of Jack Black. I mean, he looks like Bowser. That's kind of high up on the list as well. Here comes $399.50 on Spy. I kind of talked about that. $399.50 on the Spy. What did we hit so far? $399.36. Let's see here. And you guys, y'all can chime in if you guys want to chime in. This isn't just about me, because I know like Sniz and you guys sometimes ask me. But still be John Wick. Super Mario's pretty high up there, and not too high. Ant-Man's up there. I like Ant-Man and the characters. I said the actors really more so on Ant-Man. Some of these other ones could be good that I'm looking at, but nothing. Then of course, finally in May we got Guardians of the Galaxy. Of course we got the Chapter 4 coming in, or 3 I should say. You're like Chapter 4. Don't even care about Fast and Furious movies anymore. I forgot that comes out in May. Fast 10, Fast X, whatever you want to call that. Woohoo. First big summer movie besides, of course, Guardians. Another one, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I can't be intrigued in that one. And then of course, after that we got my Transformers Rise. The Transformers movie. Not really be about it. What do we got? Indiana Jones. Don't really care about Indiana freaking Jones, honestly, anymore. I mean, I'll watch it at some point, I'm sure. Mission Impossible. I haven't really. I mean, that comes out this year. I'd rather see, which is so funny, comes out 2 days later. I'd rather go see the re-release of the original Lampoon's Vacation. I would rather see this. No offense. I know he's got some pretty cool movies, Tom Cruise, and this, especially the scenes and stuff. I've just lost in the stories now, just because I don't really keep up with the Mission Impossibles and who the bad guys are. It's kind of like the James Bonds. I just can't do 007 movies. I can't do it anymore. Oppenheimer, there's that. No, I'm gonna maybe see that. We'll see Oppenheimer. I'm not a big though. I'm not gonna be really caring. If it was we'll see how big. You know, I don't think it's. I think it's gonna be a little bit slower. I think it's a little bit slower. I'm not a big slow movie fan. Marvel, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that comes out back-to-back weeks. So those will be kind of movies I watch probably once off. Oh, Mego, you in chat, your movie comes out. The Meg 2 comes out this year? No way. Jason Statham's back for another one. Oh, team, get ready for the Meg 2. It launches onto shore August 4th, 2023. Like, that's so funny. But the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because I think that's Seth Rogen made. I'll probably watch that. Marvels I'll watch. I think Brie and Samuel L is a pretty decent combo. There'll be decent action in it. Oh, Gran Turismo. Okay, we'll see how that is. Gran Turismo, a remake of the video game. Blue Beetle, that's another movie that comes out. I think that's on the DC side. Equalizer 3's coming out. Denzel's doing another Equalizer with Dakota Fanning. Oh, that could be good, team. Equalizer 3 comes out in September. Oh, maybe why. There we go early with Sniz. You know, I love me some Denzel IQ, man, and Equalizer. And I like Dakota Fanning. Expendables 4. Oh, my God. They might as well just call that Expendables 70 and retired. Jiminy Christmas. Seeing there's what comes out big this year. Anything Dune. I wasn't that big of a fan of the first Dune movie that comes out later this year. The Hunger Games, the Ballads of Songbirds and Snakes. Are they doing the prequel, right, of the Hunger Games? Did I read that correctly? They're doing a prequel to the Hunger Games? So far behind in movies, even movies that come out in the same year like this. I'm like, what? Wonka comes out? Okay, so they're doing another Willy Wonka movie? That's now I'm into Christmas. Aquaman Christmas. All right, cool. I just was going through the year. A little bit slower right now. Not really a lot to look at. We do have, go back to ATNF. I would say top small cap stock to watch moving forward for the rest of the day. ATNF, and then the SPY, nice little push up to that almost $3.99.50 mark that I was alerting at earlier. I would still say ATNF, though, out of this overall top up trend, we've squeezed out of it. Here's our trend line. If I can extend it there, come on, trade ideas that we're in. Oh, Sniz, that's why for you. That's why for you. You have a tie to that one. Yeah, I'm not. I like Christopher Nolan. I just think that movie's just going to be a little too slow. Yeah, Sniz, that would be for my wife. Yeah, my wife is big into Hunger Games. I'm not a big book reader. I don't read books. I can't read, team. I get bored real quickly. Like that. The same with movies. I'll get bored. I can get bored in a hurry. And so if I don't have something to continually intrigue me. Now the movies, they did good. And Avery said they did a pretty decent job sticking to the book. I can't remember in the Hunger Games. It's been so damn long now. I think she was happy until the last one. I think the last one maybe was I can't remember if that was I can't remember. Anyway, it's been so long. Been way too long. Grenard cocaine, no cocaine, man. I've never literally. That's one. So many things I like. My brother kind of scared. Well, I say scared me, but. My brother was like, if I ever, and not that it was my brother, but our Renner here team, this is another one that kind of keeps going. This is another play here, team. If we can get it on the watch, look at this. Up and then right down. Little Mel stayed in that short. That's what I'm saying. Be careful moving forward the rest of the day. ATNF seems to be the only to me, stock that's going to be, that could spike. That actually is going to be profitable. COSM, anything that was moving earlier. Maybe COSM could be your other play, but anything that popped up earlier, count off the list. But yeah, my brother always scared me. I'd point me into doing drugs. It was so funny. This is like one of my stories. I remember forgetting 9th grade, broke my ankle playing. I was in the, play football for whatever, for junior high team, blah, blah, blah. So broke the ankle in football, hobbling around on my crutches. Found out, I was on crutches. Well, I found out one of my buddies was over at, and it was so fun. I forget the story in 9th grade. It was so funny. His girlfriend called me at the time and was like, Leon's over at Gabe's house, and they're over there smoking pot, and it was so funny, and I was like, what? He's smoking? Like, this is like just my best friend, kind of at the time, kind of treat him like a younger brother. I'll never literally having my dad drive me down the street to my buddy's house, and then me hobbling on my crutches, all because he had like a huge backyard. We'd go, where they, of course, they had the house, and they had the huge yard, so they'd be way out there doing their partying type thing, and smoking or drinking or whatever. Yes, in 9th grade, literally, right? I'm like, but I remember hobbling out there and like, pulling him to the side and giving him like this. I felt like I was like 20 years old. Like even when I look back now, I'm like, I was the same age as this person. And I'm like, what are you doing out here smoking? And I'm all on my crutches. What's so funny, J. Chan Oppenheimer to push uranium. But yeah, we'll see a SNIS because I haven't seen the preview for that. It'd be cool SNIS if they made it like the whole making of it and then the dropping of it, you know, so they had some action in it. But I don't know if I'll ever see it. I mean, there's some of those movies that were great, like even 1917. Not that, you know, point being, there were a lot of good, even recent movies that, you know, that had to deal with World War One or World War Two, and I did never see them. Like I was saying with TV shows or movies, it is few and far between that I actually watch them anymore and get caught up. I mean, it's because by the time I'm done and sit down, I'm literally, you know, usually at the end of the day, I'm like, man, I don't want to do anything. I just want to rest these eyes. I'm going to chill and do nothing. I don't want to think, is my point. Yeah, I heard 1917 was really good. I think it was up for awards too or something. Renard Cocaine Beer coming out soon. But yeah, it was definitely, I'd say probably until about 2020, big time, or 2019 into 2020, because that's especially too when movies started slowing down. A lot of them getting pushed back because of COVID. Huge movie buff. We probably saw, I mean, you know, in theaters alone would see, you know, at least 20-ish or so, which isn't a ton, but still, you know, like you'd see the main, like I'd see my main movies anyway. But yeah, I'll be lucky to see, you know, in theaters 2-3 movies a year now. Me and my wife are just so busy, it sucks. I mean, like right now she's been gone. Well, still will be gone till Sunday. She left last Tuesday. She's been gone already a week, so 10 plus however many anyway. I don't go see movies by myself. Can see them at home. I do catch up here and there, you know, with some movies at home, you know, but not nearly like I used to. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that kind of sucks. I miss on seeing a lot of the movies that I used to see and want to put the time in to see them. Kind of like you with having the wisdom teeth, and you're like, I'll see Lucky Number 7 when I just never have that want to see movies anymore. And that is an unfortunate, and a lot of the time too, and I have unfortunately high expectations, so I go thinking I'm going to see a good movie, and then boy, I'm telling you, I am a pretty bad critic, as in you've got this movie, it's got to be a good movie, or I'll just start talking. Like my wife's like I said before, she hates seeing movies with me because next thing you know, if I'm not interested or I don't find it intriguing, or I'm just calling out stupid stuff left and right that I don't like about the movie, she's like, she will still be into it, but I'm over here yapping about what's annoying to me, and she's like, will you shut up, essentially. J Chan, yeah, I got pretty close there. I mean, we still have a shot to get my $3.99.50 mark. We're getting there, J Chan. We're getting there, baby boy. Stop trading down. I just can't say that. Yeah. So, and that's the thing. I know when it's a good movie because I'm actually like intrigued in the movie, and it's shutting me up versus Mr. Talker over here talking through the whole entire movie. And I think it was so funny. I mean, one of the ones too I'll never forget was Endgame. I'll never forget watching Endgame. You know, Avengers, however you want to word it, but Avengers Endgame, the last one. And as soon as they brought up the Back to the Future crap, I'm like, I literally started tearing that movie apart in the theater. And Avery kept looking at me like, shut up. I don't really ever do it in theaters, but I think that was one of the ones where I think that one kind of let me down. I'm like, man, I just don't make movies like they used to. I just used to get so pumped to see quality movies, and you just get very few and far between. Not that, I mean, you're going to expect, I mean, come on, it's Avengers Endgame. It shouldn't be a movie that's going to, like, be just, oh my God. Even to be Top Gun Maverick, I mean, it was good, but it wasn't like, I knew some people like, that is the best, it's so good. I'm like, it's good, but it's not like it's got this perfect plot twisting, you know, I could tell you from the get-go what's going to happen. Tom's going to have to fly, and he's going to be successful. Now, the end was a little bit of a cool twist, where, I mean, I figured he would probably get shot down, but I didn't see... You know, I was like, okay, and then you look at it more when what's-his-face, when Rooster comes, you know, Mr. Mustache comes back and saves him. That was cool, right? And then have that extra little 10, 15 minutes. And then the new Iceman, I forgot what the guy's name is, Hangman, didn't leave him hang him out to dry, and kind of then saves Tom at the very end. You know, those little small little moments. That, to me, made the movie the best. You know, that first hour and a half, it was just, if anything, what was cool about Top Gun Maverick was the scenes and shooting it in, you know, in whatever... what was it called? Because I went and saw it at IMAX, you know, shooting the nice new cameras and being able to catch all those different scenes. It wasn't like it was like a story out of freaking the perfect book ever. And so it's not like I said, it's not like, so you get very few and far between, it just seems like anymore, where you get a great story, and then just enough, to me, dialogue on camera. So action is what you'd normally call it, but just to keep you interested. Doesn't happen too often, in my opinion. Nate Trade now fall asleep or give up. That's so funny. I'm done with this movie. And a lot of it too, which I've said this, just because you get, to me, you get all the talent spread out now because you have Netflix, Hulu, Amazon. I mean, I can go through all the streaming services. And then, of course, then you have all your movie companies. So you have so many different people out there producing stuff, right? Content. So that content isn't as condensed as it used to be, where, say, 30, 40 years ago, or 50, 60 years ago, there wasn't, you had these, like, pretty much these main people that made movies, and so the quality overall was more was into it, and overall you had the best people doing it. Now, like I've said this recently, now you may have a B guy or a C guy doing something where you'd have the A guy doing it, and now you don't. It's going to be like that across the board, and so you have all A's and maybe a couple of B's in your overall cast and crew. Now you've got a lot of B's and C's, and maybe even a D shows up every once in a while. Sniz, I mean, I'm an old movie buff. I do like them, and I do think that overall, there was better just overall directing and just better. Not now, just not that there's always, of course, you're always going to take it to the next level with the way things are, because camera quality now, and so what we're seeing on screens, that's going to be better. But I just think the overall quality of movie was just better, and it's just like music, in my opinion, has been diluted over the years, and it just will never be what it used to be. All right, Sam, any last questions you have about stocks? Yeah, Nate trades too. There's a lot of that. That's what I'm saying. It just, because that's what back then too, because there's just so many people that are writing. So you have people even like me. I could go write a script and it'd probably be pretty good, but I didn't go to school for writing. So there'd be a lot of rewrites that then they would take advantage of. And that's a lot of thing too, because what do we see? People just want money. I mean, even it's so funny. It goes back to this, the guy that, what's his face, doing the Avatar movies. There wasn't one thing about, well, as long as this movie has great reviews, it was immediately, if this movie makes $2 billion, I can make the rest. It was immediately all about money. They don't care about putting a quality product out there. Maybe if it looks good, but the one thing they're worried about is making money, and that is it, unfortunately. And so just back to that, which Avatar made its money. But it wasn't like, oh, I got to make sure, I want to really make sure that my, Rotten Tomatoes score is at 90%, and the audience score on top of that is at 90 or 95. I want to beat Top Gun's rating, right, or whatever. Not that, again, Top Gun was like a Casablanca or Gone with the Wind, but you get my point, where it's all about money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sniz, and that kind of goes back to that. Yeah, back then they couldn't, the camera, like I said, camera quality, what you saw, even if the cameras were great, the movie theaters across the United States wouldn't have the money to put nice screens up. That didn't start happening until the 80s and 90s, really across the board. I'll look at, finally Star Wars, Indiana Jones, finally action movies really start taking off into the 80s and 90s. And of course there was tons more, but you get my point. So that's really, exactly where before it was story driven. And now it's money, it's money driven. What looks good on screen? What's going to get the attention? I'm going to do all these different rewrites. I think GovX and ANTF are going to be your top two small cap plays. SNOA from earlier in the day. ENSC from earlier in the day. RNER, this is a quick play from earlier in the day. ALTI from earlier in the day. Even COSM, that was earlier. And then even into lunch hours today. Finally, all of these are starting to fade off just a little bit heading into Power Hour, which we have here in the next 55 minutes or so. And GovX seems to be your number 2 top gainer that could really start moving, although it's number 1 on the day. I think ATNF is your top mover that could actually squeeze and really start going, super, I say super, but more parabolic and a little bit more bananas. So ATNF, I'd keep this on high watch, especially over the 520, 530 area for a push to 515 above. Anything else you guys have, let me know. Please let me know. Let me know. Questions, comments, concerns. Here is my Instagram and my YouTube. I think most of you have the information. But just maybe, just in case someone today wants to go over, like, you know what? I've never gone over to your YouTube and you talk about it all the time. I'm going to subscribe right now. There is my one-on-one page too as well. My website, Prime Trading Investments. I've been doing those for well over a year. They're all done through Zoom. I'll be giving some more away during the Valentine's Day time, which I think is like Monday or Tuesday in a few weeks from now. But go over to my website, top right-hand corner, book online, plans and pricing, or just scroll down if you want to, and you'll probably run into where you can book as well. But there's multiple ways to book. This is all done through Zoom. Once you book, you'll get the Zoom link. I go for, again, I'll have one actually here in Power Hour. So here in about a little over 50 minutes from now, I'll have another actual meeting this afternoon, Zoom session with traders. Love doing these. Love getting to know you. Then, of course, after that, really helping you out in every way I can for you to become a successful trader. And last but not least, if you haven't seen my live GNS trade from last week that I traded live with you guys on Friday, there that is. Speaking of which, tomorrow and Friday, my live streaming will be up in the morning for you guys to come over and watch me trade live. So if you want to come over Thursday and Friday morning, moving forward, team, I'll be alerting that. You can count on me to be going live and trading, getting live trades in with you every Thursday and Friday. Well, of course, barring a setup that's there. Yes, Niz, I've always noticed that dad moment. It's funny, even growing up, my dad always bring, because my dad would remember that. Just the tickets sold is the main thing that I always remember, that it had two. I mean, just look how many tickets were sold. So you took, you take that, that number, and then, you do the math upon, just imagine now today's tickets. So imagine it sold as, sold that many tickets, but today's prices. Holy bananas. Holy bananas. I mean, I guess that's all there was to watch in 1939, and they just went and watched that some going every damn day. Every day. Gone with the Wind. I've seen it You've seen it 17 times? I've seen it 24. Oh, yeah, when I've seen it 38 times. I'm going this afternoon for the 39th. Like, holy cow. How many? Because it wasn't like there was a ton of people back then. I mean, they just watched that thing over and over and over. Sniz, yeah, exactly. Like everyone in the United States went and watched it at least twice. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure there were some that, they watched it more than others. But that's just crazy to see. I always remember that. I was like, that number of tickets sold is bonkers. Yeah. So it definitely was. Yeah, it was definitely kind of one of those groundbreaking moments as well. Yeah, Nate Trades. And that was one of the ones, that was probably one of the last movies, obviously, with the Titanic. And you can tell it's one of the most recent ones that's anywhere close to anything, well, I think it was 70s or so. Before that, yeah, that's the only, there's one, okay, E.T., and of course, E.T. But yeah, you got to think about that many of tickets. Because I remember that, how many people went and rewatched it and watched it and watched it. And I'll never get, and still to this day, really don't know how much tickets cost. Back then, okay, it's one thing. But people that go rewatch movies in theaters more than 3 times, I mean, you got some kind of obsession with something in that movie, whether it's a character, it's a person in real life, not the character, the actual person. But because the Titanic, to me, it's okay of them. It's an okay movie. We know what happens. I mean, especially after you Jack died. Okay, and especially if you just add the extra two. We already know what happens. The Titanic sinks. We know these people gonna die. We're gonna have some crazy stuff going on. People are yelling. Band's still playing as the boat's going down, whatever. We get all that. The hell you want to go see that tragedy 20 times for? You like seeing people die, and that's weird. You like people struggling. You know that really happened, right? Those were people that were like jumping into a piece of ice. And that was water, not a piece of ice. The water had to feel like a piece of ice jumping into it. I mean, how cold it was, and then jumping from, say, 30, 40, 50, 100 feet in the air. Whatever. Don't get it. I don't get that one right there. That's kind of weird. Very tragic. ALTI team heading on down. Cosm's not fully done, so I'm going to alert these last time here for you so I can take the break before I have my little session here a little bit. Cosm, GovX, we go ATNF, top small cap plays to, AK. You type in, you deleted it all. So we got, I literally somehow deleted that. It's ATNF, let's see, GovX, right? I think that's it. COSM, ATNF, GovX, ATLI's done. So those would be the three. COSM, ACNF, GovX, top small cap plays to watch into Power Hour. Yeah. Watch it for this violin quartet specific. Exactly, J-Chan. Those poor bastards didn't even know it was coming, but they did, and they still kept playing. Like, what? All right, see, any last questions, comments, concerns, let me know right now. R-Dub, J-Chan, Nate Trades, let's see here, Scoobs, Snizzinator. Anyone else? Stock Trade Daddy. Anyone else still around? Nate Trades. Stay Down Simon. You still around? I don't know if you're still around. Engineer. Anyone else? Hero Trader. R-Dub. Any last questions? Thomas, how we doing? Renard. Anyone else? Team, any questions? Any comments? Any concerns? Let me know. You got it. 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 I'll go watch Training Day because of the Dendel talking. That's funny. Definitely saw that one in theaters for sure. That was one. That was a theater. That was a must. A must in the theaters. Thomas, it's all good, boss. It's all good. It's all good. That's all good. That's all good. No worries there. The 23rd. There we go. All right, cool. Just checking out everything. Cool. You saved me. Let's say you saved me. I would have taken the double top on Spine Loss. You're good, Rich Green. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. That's what I was saying. If anything with any of these guys, I said any, and it may go higher than 399.50, but I was like, you've got to at least wait to that area because it looks like it could go, to that area, maybe even to 400. So. Earlier, it was Daddy Be Trading. You were talking about talking about the double top, right? That was way long ago. That was 397.50 area. And then the Daddy Be Trading in it say, man, this looks like it just wants to go a little bit higher. So just be careful in the short. That to me, and that's why I don't short to the trend line cracks, right? I know this trend line crack, but this to me was just a little bit more of a stable trend line. Even there's a little bit more of a stable trend line right here now. That's almost parallel to the one that we had earlier, right? So if you put that trend in it right there, that's what I'd look for a little bit more so. And something that lasts and really bounces off of it and shows an hour plus long support resistance, whichever way you're looking to trade. Thomas looking at campers, love it. Before you go, have you seen American Gangster? My favorite Denzel role other than Training Day. Oh, really? American Gangster, huh? It was all right. I mean, I liked it. I mean, I definitely saw it 100%. Some of those, sometimes there will be some movies, in my opinion, that, I know it's based on a true story. It just, the movie to me, in my opinion, was just a little bit slower. Just in my opinion. So I liked it, but I really wanted more out of it, honestly, in the end. I was expecting a little bit more, especially with Denzel, and that's why I had to look it up real quick. Russell Crowe. Like, who else was in that Russell Crowe? Not the big, I mean, I liked it, but it was just, I need a little bit more movement in my movie. I mean, I'm telling you, man, I've got a fast brain. If I don't get movement in a movie, I can lose interest in a hurry. Stock Trading Daddy, you got it, boss. Thomas looking at campers. Stock Trading Daddy's in the grocery store. That's awesome. SPX, there you go. Doc Savage, nice. Jofi, yep, been alerting the spike for the longest time, boss. So, yep, I've been alerting that and telling traders not to short it. Spy, you probably don't like any Tarantino movies then, huh? Oh, I actually like, which is so funny. I actually like Tarantino movies because there's actually there's a wide variety of cast and acting in it that's really good. I mean, you go from Kill Bill. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just amazing in its own right. But then you've got like Django Unchained. You've got even just the last one with the one in the Hollywood, whatever the Hollywood movie is. You've just got a lot of acting across the board. I love that movie. Like the end of that movie with Brad Pitt and like kind of the reverse role with Leo DiCaprio pulls out the flamethrower. You know, the writing in those movies is what keeps me interested. It's not even close. I mean, I think he runs circles around. No offense, but what Scott's done recently, Tarantino. I mean, you go back to Pulp Fiction. I don't ever bring it up, but Pulp Fiction's it would be in my top 10 movies probably of all time. I mean, that's probably still. I know it's obviously iconic and most know it as his most famous whatever ever. It still is for me. I mean, just all the different. Like the puzzle plotting and putting that all together, whatever that's called, that was great. You know, seeing that Pulp Fiction and putting all that together, you know, that was phenomenal. Let's see here. Jofi, yeah, alerted this all morning long, man. I guess you missed my alerts, but I was alerting this in Dex Lobby left and right. I know a lot of traders got it with me and traded this, but this was my alert. I was alerting this left and right in Dex Lobby this morning. INPX, this was my short. Got in originally here for the 1-9 shelf crack. It came up, and I told everyone to average up at that 210, 215 area, and then I wish I would have gotten more out of it, but I shorted this right here. And then and it's been moving up all day, but I shorted shop a couple of times. I shorted this earlier in the morning. I told you guys when I was short in the Thanos crossover, so I got a short right here. And then I kept alerting this 44.90 shelf crack down to 44.70 and 44.50, and actually got out at the low of day area. Still looking back at shop right now, I got out at low of day essentially at that 44.50, in market pullback. So those were and I traded SNOA. I should have held this longer. I'm sure like a lot of traders that were in this short probably wish they would have held their short a little bit longer. If SNOA ever wants to pull up. But I was in short at this at 238. Well, forget it, whatever. I was in this at 238. You can see where 238 is and where it's at now, below $2. So should have held that a little bit longer. It just looked a little squeezy, so I got out of it for a small win at the time. So those were my trades for the day. INPX. SNOA 1 trade, INPX 1 trade, 2 for 2 there, and then shop I traded that twice, so 4 for 4 for the day. Just over $2,000. Yes, Niz, that's what I like about him. I mean, some people, like some of these, they'll get him. He just does a great job to me. Tarantino does overall, not only with his directing and his shot selection sometimes, and the way and then of course overall just the acting that he gets, because he has a great writing and dialogue, is however you want to word it, but he's got great writing ability in my opinion with his movies, and putting the right characters in that movie, like getting Jamie Foxx for Django Unchained, and what's his face? God, my wife loves the old guy, the guy that was in the Alita movie. I think it was called the Alita, whatever her name was. Her name was Alita. I think maybe the movie was called Alita, and that was a pretty damn good movie. Christoph Waltz. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Christoph Waltz. Yes, Christoph Waltz. Great actor. Just getting those two, Christoph Waltz. Just perfect contrasting characters. Hush, guys. You'd probably. Guys, seriously, stop, or you're all going to bed. I don't know if you know this, but Danny DeVito, he was a producer and a little point being helped out Tarantino with Pulp Fiction. Danny DeVito had to pretty much, I think 100%. Had to get Travolta in the movie. They wanted someone else when he was like, no, it's Travolta. Like, we have to have John Travolta in this role. But having John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson, like them across from each other, that movie, they were perfect contrasting characters. Just Bruce Willis in that movie, the character that he played, just the characters I should say the actors and the people, the true humans, and that he gets the perfect, a lot of the time, actor to portray the character that he wrote. Inglourious Basterds is another one. Yeah. All right, see any last questions, comments, concerns? Otherwise, team, done for the day. These dogs are just like, let me out, Dad. I've got all this pent-up energy, and you've just been talking stupid stocks for the longest time. Jofi. Oh, yes. Shelf and trendline cracks. Those are my best friends. Shelf and trendline cracks all day long. Those are my babies. Shelf and Trendline cracks to the day I die. And now I hear Deck even bring it up. Like he was, like I said, I talked about this earlier, but Deck was actually now using the verbiage shelf. So yeah, definitely 100%. Like, oh yes, definitely. Definitely. And then, okay, I mean, of course, I know Jofi, probably just getting into chat. I know some of these have already seen this already, but added a new sibling to had a new family member overall, had a new family member join in. So I don't know if you've seen the new family member, but finally have the new family member in. And there's the new family member, the X3M comp. The X3M comp. Still trying to figure out the name for the new baby. Oh yeah, Sniz. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I won't get it as blacked out as my 392. My 392. That's another reason my wife doesn't like driving the 392. I have illegal blacked out. I've illegally blacked out because I know the people that I know this guy. I've gotten probably 10 cars tinted by him over the years. He's been around for the longest time. Look him up. D&D Sun Control here in North Little Rock, Arkansas. Great guy. Love him. He does raps now. He's expanded. Of course now doing anyway. Just does boats. Does businesses, anywho. But yeah, he lets me do illegal and only charges me like the old school, like $100 rate, the old school rate, because now it costs hundreds, like $200+ or whatever. But yeah, I got the 392 illegally tinted, and it is, I mean, even during the day, the 392 it is dark. I almost like wish I wouldn't have done it that dark, but I will definitely get the extra. It'll get tinted up for sure. I won't go super dark, but I will go dark because I like darked out windows with a black ride. It makes it look even cleaner. Trying to make... No, I got them, yeah. So, no, I got them all. So, I'll show you real quickly. I still have the lineup, So, we still have the Jeep lineup overall. So, I can kind of show you this real quickly. So, we've got, of course... Well, hold on a sec here. That was my bad. So, we've got overall... Boom, bada, bing. We've got Thanos, right? So we've got Thanos. There's my wife, but then we got Thanos still. So we still have Thanos, right? So we still have Thanos. Let's go to video. Let's go to display capture. Then we still have, of course, the 392. So we got the 392. We got Zilla right there. We got the Zillinator. We got Zilla. And then we've got my baby Falcor. So Falcor still is rocking and rolling. So we still got Falcor right there. So there's the Falconator. So yeah, we still got all three of those. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 3 bags full. 3 bags full. What was that like? What was that song back in the day with 3 bags full? Now I can't remember that damn song. Jofi, cool. Yeah, we traded. That was so this is what we had before. So this is what we had before. So this is the one we had. This is what we had beforehand, right there. That was the one we had before. Was the regular X3. Now we have the X3M comp. M was always my dream ride for the most part, and then now they make the comps, which are just like holy banana smokes. Yes, and yeah, no, mine on the 392 is 5%. So on the 392, it's 5%. Like it's redonkulously dark in the 392. It's literally 5%, bro. It is when I say blacked out, you literally have, it's Bourbon's a lax with the song with Master P. You have to have a flashlight to see me. Gotta have a flashlight to see me. No lie. Awesome, Jofi. That's awesome, Jofi. Have a good night, boss. I'm out too. I'm about to be out as well. 2.5 is limo. I was wondering what it was. Let's sniz that is limo. That's hilarious. I'm gonna drop a photo. There you go. There we go, Thomas. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to shoot the difference. Only two. Exactly. That's not much of a difference, but yeah, it's it's dork. I'll do the X3M comp will be. About as dark as that one you just see above. The silver X3. It'll be about that dark. Maybe a tad darker. GTR. That's crazy. That's super dark. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're going to drive it fast, If you're driving, that's one thing though too. That's the only reason I just now realized that, because I like 392 and like going faster. You've got to watch for traffic. That's the only thing I don't like about it. So it is kind of detrimental when you have it super dark, and you like, it's one thing when you got like this, like say, I don't know, like a chill ride. You know, it's like, yo, bro, I got this Cadillac on 24s. I'm just chilling, right? Or I don't know, like, big old Escalade or something. You got something with speed. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I really want blacked out windows, because I want to be able to see and drive, and then kind of want people to see me. Like, yo, like, cause like point being, if I ever, like if and when I get my Ferrari, I will not tint the windows. I will be like, hi, how y'all doing? It's me. This my ride. I pay for this right here. Hey, what up? This mine. Yeah. MINE. That's the license plate. It says mine. With a bunch of E's on it. Mine. How y'all doing? That's all I always was thinking. Like, man, if I ever get, and that's the thing too, though. I want to be able to see. I'm like, if I want to be in that expensive ass ride, because a lot of those supercars are super low to the ground. They don't make it as easy to see as if you're in a nice big old SUV. Is my point. And also, you're not in a big SUV that you can run stuff over, and maybe take a bump or two. You're in a supercar. So, like, if I get a supercar, there will be I will not tint the windows. It will be completely untinted, just so I can see. But then also, you can see me. Be like, yep, that's me in my ride. Hey, Tom, it ain't got carb. I love it. Ain't got carb payments. I keep it clean though. I love it. Exactly. So my mom is. My mom could have like any ride she wants right now, but has her car paid off and just is absolutely in love with it. I'm like, man, get a new Charger, Mom. This old one sucks. Like, get a new one. These new ones are clean, Mom. Get a nice new big screen. Like, she's like, nope, paid off. Love it. I'm like, good. She loves it even more now it's paid off. What do you think? The meme stocks are done, Neg? Yeah, Jay Chan, I think they've lost their steam a little bit overall. I don't think they're going to have the overall movement that they used to have. Now, there could be times here and there that they might regather that, attention here and there. Just watch for those days. Like right here, right? We get a big day out of NEGG. There might be those days here and there. Nothing like it was, which is crazy to think 2 years ago right now. Let's just go back to it. 2 years ago right now, GameStop was going bananas, team. Let's go back to 2021 here. And in this time, bananas. I mean, we're starting to go bananas. I just now realized that the 25th, I'm going to go put that in Dex Lobby. That's when this just started taking off and going crazy. Let's see, Sniz, what for? It's coming, Sniz. It's gonna be a couple years, Sniz. I gotta have my forever home though. I've got to have a bigger garage. I gotta have the garage to put that. That's a done deal. I've got to move into the 3-car garage, and then I'll have my garage. My side garage that Thanos will sit in, and then I'll have to move another one out there for sure. Because what I'll see. 4, maybe 5 rides in the end. We'll see what it consists of overall. But that'll be the lineup at least somewhere in there. I'll always have, probably have that. I'm gonna have a fleet. That's always going to be a fleet. AK fleet, AK47 fleet, the Smith fleet, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, one day, but it's got to be, it's going to be in the forever home. That ain't happening right now. Oh, well, okay. Well, I don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know yet, Sniz. I don't know. It's going to be Ferrari though, folks. That's my dream ride. Maybe I'll move down the line and get me because Audis, they're even cheaper than Lambos, and you can really, just like BMWs, Audis are crazy fast, and you can do some crazy with just tuning them, right? So I'll get my M series, because I'm not done with M's yet either. I will get to probably an X5 M comp. Maybe I'll move over and get a car one day, essentially. But have that for a while. Maybe eventually start tuning it and can easily get 700-800 horsepower out of it or whatever. But yeah, down the line, Ferrari will always be my dream ride. Which one if I had to have one right now, man, I love some old ones. What's fun? I'd just go get me an old school and get me like a Ferrari 360. I'm just kidding. Would never do that. I could though, just get my first Ferrari. If I had to have one now, it'd be the SF90. What's the retail on that though? We're talking like, I don't even know what the retail on it is anymore, but it's up there. But if I had to have one right now, it would be the it's not even close. It'd be the SF90. That's a done deal. It'd be an SF90. It'd be a Spider convertible. 100%. So here we go. Here's the F. There we go. Yeah. So here we go. So just starting at 525K. 10 out of 10. That's not bad. But I definitely get the Spider. I gotta have that drop top, 100%. But it would be the SF90. It's definitely my favorite of them as of right. There's a few of them that I like a lot, but that would be the one I'd get was the SF90. Oh, there we go. Engineer says Ferrari's not comfortable. None of those supercars are going to be that comfortable. I mean, honestly, most of them that's why I have, a Jeep Grand Cherokee Summit Reserve, because I'm riding on air on that thing. I mean, that thing is sitting on airbags essentially. It has air suspension lift. I can go up and down 2.5, if not 3 inches of my Jeep Grand Cherokee Summit Reserve. Go up a little bit if I want to, a little more comfortable ride. Go down a little bit more, a little bit harder ride. So I got that for it. If I want a comfortable ride, I'm gonna go get a Cadillac. I'm gonna get a Buick. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get something that's like a boat. Yeah, I will say that the Love Chip. The only thing I do like about it, though, Love Chip, is what they just try to keep that. Not everyone can have one. That's what I kind of like about it, where anyone can go get a Lambo or an Audi or a Porsche or whatever, what have you. Not everyone can just go out and get a Ferrari. I mean, Ferrari pretty much has to say, yeah, you can get one. And I think that's pretty cool. That just does make it harder to get in the process, much more of a pain in the ass. But I do think that's pretty damn cool. GovX falling off here, team, looking like it's about to be done. There it goes all the way down to the 110 support. Cosm and ATNF are going to be your top 2 stocks to move forward here into Power Hour now. Cosm, if it stays above 6.5, you're on watch, especially if you can get back above 7, it's high watch. ATNF, if you want to alert on it, ATNF, up the trend line. Cracks that trend line, goes down to the VWAP. That is your last line of support, which is 435, 440. Trend line is right around the 460 mark. All right, team. Lost boys, lost girls, have a good rest of your day. I will see you all back here tomorrow morning. Don't forget, my live will be up for some trades to be had. J-Chan, Scooby-Doo, Engineer, Love Chip, Fayez, Nizaneta, Thomas, Doc Savage, anyone else still around, Super Buddy. Y'all have a good rest of your day. See you all back here tomorrow morning. Until then, this is a good one right here. Remember this one, Paper Planes by MIA. Have a good one, team. Lost boys, lost girls. See you here tomorrow. 3, 2, 1. Bangarang! Tell him, Neville. Bangarang! Bang, bang! Neville, no? No more barking? Okay.
If you come around here, I'll make them all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So, no funny business. You already are.
I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. You come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time. I need the Heimlich, throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. 713 through the 281, yeah, I'm riding. Why they on me? Why they on me? I'm flying, sipping low key. I'm sipping low key at Onyx, find a rider. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. You come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time. I need the Heimlich, throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side, yeah. When I'm pulling up right beside you, pop star Lil Mariah. When I text kick game wireless, throw a stack on the Bible. Never Snapchat or took Molly. She fall through plenty, her and all her guineas. Yeah, we at the top floor, right there off Duini. Yeah, oh no, I can't fuck with y'all. Yeah, when I'm with my squad, I cannot do no wrong. Yeah, saucepan in the city, don't get misinformed. Yeah, they gon' pull up on you. Yeah, we gon' do some things you can't relate. Yeah, cause we from a place you cannot stay. Or you can't go, or I don't know. Or back the fuck up off. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. You come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time. I need the Heimlich, throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time.
I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. Wanna get numb, go crazy, wanna wild out. Cause lady, life's so short but amazing. Late night party in the basement, hotel lobby and I'm wasted. Just reached into my savings, I'll do it too if you take it. Yeah, life's only what you make it. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I just wanna get lost tonight and dance with you. I just wanna get way too high, let's set the mood. You're my fantasy, yeah. I don't wanna fall asleep, yeah. There's nothing in this world I'd rather do. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking at your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, 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 numb. I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Cause looking at your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I We're riding down the boulevard. We're riding through the dark night. We're half a tank and empty heart. Pretending we're in love, but it's never enough. As the sirens fill the lonely air. Oh, how did we get here now, babe? We see a storm is closing in. Pretending we scared. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We're running all the red lights down. No way that we can stop, nah. A quarter tank and almost gone. Pretending we're in love, but it's never enough, nah. I wish we could take it back in time. Before we cross the line, now, babe. We see a storm is closing in. I reach out for your hand. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, oh yeah, hold on. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't say a word while we dance with the devil. You brought a fire to a world so cold. We're out of time on the highway to never. Hold on, hold on, ooh, hey. She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan.
Drop top, how we rollin' down on Collin South Beach. Yeah. Look like Kelly rollin', this might be my destiny. Yeah. She want me to eat it, I guess then it's on me. I got you, know I got the sauce like a fucking recipe. She just wanna do it for the grand. She just want this money in my hand. I'ma give it to her when she dance, dance, dance. She gon' catch a Uber out the Calabasas.
She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. Yo, bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. I think you got the wrong impression about me back. Just cause they heard what hood I'm from, they think I'm crazy. Okay, well maybe just a little crazy. Just a little. Cause I admit I'm crazy about that lady, yeah. Finger to the world, as fuck you pay me. I've been slaving, gun the pussy cause I'm running out of patience. No more waiting, no. Bouncing like a yo-yo. Living life on fast forward, but we fucking slow-mo, yeah. She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. Yo, bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan. I can't wait for the show. Got that good, yeah, I know. You should not be alone. All this drink got me low. Car got me right, and I feel so alive. Ay, she don't wanna think, she don't wanna be no wife. She just wanna stay out late, she just wanna sniff the white. Ay, can't tell her nothing, no, can't tell her nothing, no. She said she too young, don't want no man. So she gon' call her friends, now that's a plan. I just ordered sushi from Japan. Now yo bitch wanna kick it, Jackie Chan.
taking me higher than I've ever been before. I'm holding it back, just wanna shout out, give me more. You're just a hideaway, you're just a feeling. You let my heart escape beyond the meaning. Don't even I can find a way to stop the storm. Oh baby, it's out of my control, what's going on? But you're just a chance I take to keep on dreaming. You're just another day that keeps me breathing. Baby, I love the way that there's nothing short. Baby, go stop me, hide away with me some more.
Martian.
You're sending a shiver up my spine, right overboard. You're bringing me closer to the edge of letting go. Oh, oh, you're just a hideaway, you're just a feeling. You let my heart escape beyond the meaning. Pulling my head into the clouds, I'm floating home. When you get me going, I can't find a way to stop. Oh, oh, you're just a chance I take to keep on dreaming. You're just another day that keeps me breathing. Baby, I love the way that there's nothing short. Baby, go stop me, hide away with me some more. Hide away with me some more. Bringing me higher than I've ever been before. I'm holding it back, just wanna shout out, give me more. But you're just a hideaway, you're just a feeling. You let my heart escape beyond the meaning. Not even I can find a way to stop the storm. Oh baby, it's out of my control, what's going on? You're just a chance I take to keep on dreaming. You're just another day that keeps me breathing. Ah, 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 yeah. You're a day that keeps me dreaming.
Martian.
Baby, I love the way that there's nothing short. Baby, go stop me, hide away with me some more. Oh, oh, oh. Hide away with me some more.
Think I can fly. Think I can fly.